next year, or maybe never. But I'd rather not be dwelling on the end. You call me up, I don't answer unless I'm drunk and feeling reckless. I swear to God, when you're bored you wanna mess with me, and you get to me like you always do. You were the first, but you won't be the last. You wanna hold me, but you're holding me back. And you were the first one to know me like that. So when you hurt me so bad. 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 You hurt me so. I hope that one day you won't wait for me, so when I come calling back you won't be there. I hope you realize after everything you should leave me alone if you really cared. You call me up, I don't answer unless I'm drunk and feeling reckless. I swear to God, when you're bored you wanna mess with me, and you get to me like you always do. You were the first, but you won't be the last. You wanna hold me, but you're holding me back. And you were the first one to know me like that. So when you hurt me so bad. 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 You hurt me so. So when I come calling back, you won't be there. I hope you realize after everything you should leave me alone if you really cared. We were always terminal, denial while we danced in the ebb and flow. Never knew when we would let it go. Let it go. Conversation's getting cold. We talk about the future while I feel alone, and all we do is compromise. Why? Long months, long flights just to hold on, hold tight. Meet me at the terminal. We were always terminal. Long months, long flights just to hold on, hold tight. We were always terminal. Called just to say hello, put an ending to the overnight overflows. Could there ever be a right time? Nobody knows. It's hard to say I love you, cause every time I know the truth, I lose when we fall. Long months, long flights just to hold on, hold tight. We were always terminal. Goodbye at the terminal. Long months, long fights, all for love, lows, love highs. Meet me at the terminal. We were always terminal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Symposium on Innovative Energy and Climate Solutions for the Built Environment 2021 ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะกลับสู่การประชุมในเซสชั่นช่วงบ่ายค่ะ ในเซสชันนี้นะคะเราก็จะมีวิทยากรอีก6ท่านนะคะมาให้ความรู้กับพวกเราในเรื่องของนวัตกรรมด้านการลดใช้พลังงานและการลดการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกในอาคารด้วยค่ะก่อนที่เราจะมาเริ่มต้นเซสชันในช่วงบ่ายนี้นะคะอยากให้ทุกท่านนะคะกรุณากรอกแบบฟอร์มนะคะเป็นแบบประเมินค่ะหลังจากที่ทุกท่านกรอกแบบฟอร์มตาม QR Code ที่ปรากฏอยู่บนหน้าจอนะคะหรือว่าทางลิงก์ที่พวกเราส่งให้ทางกล่องข้อความค่ะหลังจากที่กรอกแบบประเมินแล้วนะคะเราจะส่งบุ๊กเลตของการประชุมในวันนี้ไปให้กับทุกท่านตามอีเมลที่ได้ลงทะเบียนไว้ค่ะ I would like to seek your cooperation in completing the evaluation form on the QR code provided on the screen at the moment, or you can access this form by the link that we have sent you in the chat box. After you have completed the form, we will send the booklet of today's symposium to your registered email. So, today's session, in the afternoon session, there will be 6 more guest speakers who will be telling us about their insights and perspectives on innovative ideas and technologies to help us deal with global issue, climate change. So, let's begin. I would like to invite our next guest speaker who will be telling us about the bicycle alternative towards a low carbon city. ศาสตราจารย์นะคะที่จะมาบรรยายให้พวกเราฟังในลำดับถัดไปนะคะจะเป็นการบรรยายในหัวข้อการใช้จักรยานนะคะซึ่งเป็นเครื่องมือสู่สังคมเมืองที่คาร์บอนต่ำนั่นเองค่ะในวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรติจากศาสตราจารย์สันเชงฮานนะคะจาก Melbourne School of Design, University of Melbourne. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor San Cheng Han.
Thank you very much, moderator, for your nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin my presentation by acknowledging the indigenous Australians as the traditional landowners on which this presentation was prepared, and I am here on that same land to do this presentation. I pay my respect to the elders, past, present, and future. It's indeed a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to share my research on bicycle transport in cities. So I take this as an alternative towards building low carbon cities. And my presentation will share the main findings in the last 5 to 7 years when I started to work on this particular topic. This is not the only research area I'm working on. I'm also working on other things like the global city regions, these large metropolitan areas and concentration of city clusters. That's another area, and also urban renewal. That's the third area I'm working on. But this bicycle transport is one of these main areas that in the last 7 or 10 years I have been working on. My presentation today is to draw some ideas from the past year's work, and these ideas are organized into these 7 sections. I will begin with the introduction to talk about the context and background of this broader research, and then we talk about bicycle, not as isolation from lots of other changes, but as one of the social changes, and how do we position this bicycle in this broader process of social change, and how bicycle could contribute to low carbon development. And then I move on to the barriers. If we talk about using bicycle more in cities, and then what are these institutional considerations and infrastructure considerations that we may think about and also deal with in policy formulation and implementation processes. Then I move on to a bicycle as a business opportunity. And now there are many organizations and individuals are very keen using their entrepreneurship and develop bicycles into a business and provide service and also make capital gains from that sort of operations. Then the next session will be reacting to a ubiquitous bicycle supply. If we see suddenly there is supply, more than adequate probably supply of bicycles in cities, on the urban streets, then what are the reactions from users, from the general public, and from organizations and the government? After that discussion, we move on to look at the government perspective in dealing with innovations, particularly in terms of transportation innovations related to bicycles. And from there, very quickly, we draw a conclusion of the presentation. So here, the starting point is this book, which was published in 2015 as a main project I did in the research of low carbon cities. That project was about a 4-year project, started from 2011 and ended up in 2015. It was supported by the Australian Research Council, and I worked with a team of colleagues, both in Melbourne and internationally, and we used a number of case studies to look at the household energy consumption and CO2 emission as related to the functioning of cities. I take two conclusions or the theoretical aspects from that book. One is that low carbon city development and planning is a multi-dimensional task. It really includes different perspectives in talking about reducing emission or increasing the capturing of these CO2 emitted, and also to have new technologies that may help to reduce and also store these CO2 emissions. So we can think about these layers as presented in the diagram on this screen, that there are individuals, there are households, there are firms and organizations which can be treated as agents. And also we have a sector under the broad title of economy, which can have things like resource extraction activities, manufacturing activities, service activities.
ขออภัยในความไม่สะดวกนะคะทางอาจารย์ซันเชนฮานะคะมี technical problem เล็กน้อยค่ะแต่ว่าเราจะกลับมาพบกับการบรรยายของอาจารย์ได้ในอีกสักครู่อย่างแน่นอนค่ะจากที่ได้แนะนำไปนะคะอาจารย์ได้แนะนำให้เราฟังแล้วเกี่ยวกับวิธีนะคะในการลดก๊าซคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์อย่างหนึ่งค่ะก็คือการเดินทางโดยใช้จักรยานนั่นเองค่ะก็อย่างที่ทุกท่านทราบกันดีนะคะว่าจักรยานเนี่ยก็เป็นเครื่องมือชนิดหนึ่งที่เราสามารถใช้ในการเดินทางนะคะซึ่งเมื่อเปรียบเทียบกับพาหนะอื่นๆแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นวิธีทางนะคะเป็น alternative ทางเลือกที่ค่อนข้างดีกับสิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะศาสตราจารย์ซันชิงฮานเนี่ยก็อยากให้เราตระหนักถึงความสำคัญข้อนี้นะคะแล้วก็เราสามารถนำไปปรับเปลี่ยนนะคะเรื่องของ lifestyleวิธีการใช้ชีวิตของเราในอนาคตนั่นเองค่ะ So Professor Sun Ching Han will be with us in a minute due to some technical problems. I have to apologize for the inconvenience. But from what we have learned is that it is a sustainable way to use the bicycle as the transport. And now Professor Sun Ching Han is with us. So please welcome Professor Sun Ching Han again.
to share the screen again. It's disconnected, basically.
I can hear you.
So, yeah. So here is my screen.
Okay. The screen
is that all
will
right
be on.
if I continue from here?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we're talking about the complex range of actors and economic sectors that influence urban development and also need to be considered in developing low carbon cities. And I mentioned that in this diagram, we have conceptualized that there are groups of actors under the name of agent. We have different types of economic sectors, and also we have different components in the infrastructure. And when we think about these individuals, firms, or organizations as agents or the economies or the infrastructure, they all have the potential to generate CO2. So energy input through these different activities can be transferred into CO2 emitted. And this CO2 emitted could be stored, and that things like trees, greenery, soils, they can absorb. And also there are special facilities which can be developed to store this CO2. And the rest of CO2, if not stored, then will be emitted to the atmosphere. And that's a part we want to limit to the minimum as much as possible, because there is a limited capacity in absorbing all this CO2. So the research basically work out that there are multiple dimensions, and also to get this conclusion from that research that transportation is a major sector emit CO2. And in any efforts try to reduce CO2 emission from urban activities, then transportation is an indispensable factor to be considered. And from this point, then my focus moved to the study of bicycles. Basically, that's a clean type of transportation, almost emit non-CO2. But if you can consider, of course, manufacturing of the bicycles, there will be emissions. But in terms of renting of the bicycles compared with automobiles, then it's a very clean mode of transport. So I'm going to share with you some ideas and messages coming from the past research over the couple of years. These research were presented in different forms and also was sponsored by different organizations. There are industrial consultancy research, for example, and also there are seminar presentations. I listed one in Yogyakarta in Indonesia. That's in 2018, and I presented also in the public lecture series of the University of Melbourne last year, and this year also a seminar in Tianjin University. That's a university in China. And also a couple of papers are published from all these efforts. In the middle, you probably see two of them, which are listed here with access. So you're welcome to take a look of these papers for more details. A general conclusion from all these efforts that bicycles have the potential to reduce CO2 emission, and also it has the potential to improve human health. Basically, it will increase the opportunities for people to exercise when you commute by bicycles rather than sitting in a car, generate pollution, and also at the same time, sitting in traffic congested over there on the road wouldn't be a very nice experience, and also it's hurting in terms of the health situations. So with that, the question, I organize all these ideas and messages for this presentation is that why have bicycles started to regain their popularity in the 21st century? And what is the future of bicycle transport in cities, especially within the context of social change and low carbon urban development. So we're going to see how things can unfold in the next few pages and see if we can come back to this central question after the presentation. So I'm going to move down to the next page. This is the second section, as I listed in the outline. We talk about bicycles in social change. The idea is straightforward. The bicycle question is not simply a technical question. So when we talk about using more bicycles, it's not just a planning issue. We're talking about building infrastructure. That's an important aspect, but that's not the only aspect. We have to see that the bicycle transport needs to be developed to suit the overall social processes, all these changes in terms of, for example, motorization, the increasing use of motorcycles, these cars, different type of automobiles, public transport or private transport. And we talk about the urbanization processes. And we all understand that currently there are more than 60%, well, around that, globally in terms of the population living in cities. So that number is still increasing, depends on which country we are talking about. But the world average passed 50% a few years ago, and now it's heading to higher and higher proportion in terms of population living in cities. What does that mean is that many cities grow larger and larger. And what does that further mean is that the commuting distances for people living in cities becomes longer and longer. And further, that has implications when talking about pedestrians, how long can you walk, or cyclists, how long can you cycle? And if you live really far away between your residence and your workplace, then proper transportation mode need to be selected. If it's more than 10 kilometers, maybe it's difficult to walk. Maybe it's difficult even to cycle. You need to take a bus, or you need to take a metro if you don't drive. So that's another process we need to talk about when thinking about using bicycles in cities. And also we need to think about social polarization, particularly in terms of income. There are more people get affluence, but the difference between these rich and the poor generally in many places are increasing. That has implications also in the selection of transportation means. And that in turn has an impact on the selection of transportation modes and to the application of bicycles. Environmental changes is another thing. We talk about global changes, global warming. This is the key part of our conference this round. And also we talk about health concerns, obesities, all these heart-related diseases. And these are associated with pollution, which is one of the product of the industrialization process. And also all these environmental changes and health concerns are related with the broader globalization process, which connects every places, which corner, wherever on earth you are in, then most likely you're connected with others one way or another. I think the recent pandemic, COVID-19, was a good approval that things can travel fast, virus travel fast, because of airplanes, because of sea transport, because of all this connectivity. And all these need to be considered as a part of these social changes, and all these have a bearing on the bicycle alternative as a transportation service. I use an example to illustrate further about this social change and how bicycles were introduced and then disappeared and then reappeared in this process of change. So this example is coming from China. And China, as a big country, has a very important rule in reducing CO2 emissions. the recent all these summit, all these leaders meetings, then talking about reduction of the CO2 and other pollutions, the use of energy, and China certainly is one of the focal point of discussion in this conversation. In terms of bicycle, then in the Chinese situation, bicycles were introduced in the late 19th century. That's about 1860 something. During that time, the newspapers first published observations of some Chinese touring Europe, and find there are fascinating new machines which can help people to travel. And then the missionaries later on brought bicycles to China, and it was immediately accepted by many of these elite people, including the emperor at that time is in the Qing dynasty, and his wife. They rode the bikes in the palace in Beijing, and then that's probably marked the start of bicycles in China. But at that time, it's not widely applied or used by many people. And here, from there, up to the early 20th century, then bicycles started to appear in the street slowly, but very slowly. For example, the post office in Shanghai, which is one of the largest cities, started to have bicycles used for the postman. And then in the 1970s, bicycle becomes a highly valued household goods. And that means if a family or household had a bicycle, then usually that's indicator that that's probably a wealthy family. And many of these young couples, before preparing their marriage, then they look at these bicycles, try to purchase one, and then before starting their new life. There was a period in China, bicycles were treated as a necessary good and also a very valuable goods. Particularly during the 1980s, when China was first opened to the outside world, people suddenly find so many people use bicycles for commuting from their home to work or to entertainment or to visiting friends. Then China got the name as the kingdom of bicycles during that time. That's up to the 1980s. But from 1990s on, bicycles gradually started to disappear in the Chinese cities. The reason behind was that there were very rapid motorization process, more and more families owning cars, and they abandoned the bicycles. And in some cities, the planning even tried to remove all these spaces for bicycles in the urban streets. And that makes a very big difference in terms of the share of bicycle transport in cities. And that's a part of this broader motorization process, which actually chased out bicycles from the road space. So the recent coming back that's happened in the past 15 years, some people ask us question, will the kingdom of bicycle revive? Are we going to expand back a large proportion of the population using bicycles in Chinese cities? So my earlier research also focusing on that question. That question was raised by some industrial people, consultancy planning firms in particular, because when they plan city transport, then they need to know what sort of modes probably more suitable. So my research findings in that area reveals a number of barriers when we use bicycle as an alternative. There are a number of barriers need to be overcome. Some of the barriers can be grouped as formal barriers, and there are three of them I want to particularly mention. One is the policy to promote automobile industry and encourage private car ownership. And that's an important policy because that policy influence the economic performance. So basically, the automobile industry is a big contributor to the gross national product. The second barrier is that current governance structure is growth-driven, top-down, and large project preferred. Meaning, if you compare those infrastructures required by cars with those infrastructures required by bicycles, then usually the car infrastructure need more investment, and that can be also transferred into productivity in terms of economic outcome. The same happened to the automobile industries, and that give the preference in economic policy and development to the non-bicycle side, the car-related industries in particular. The third one is in terms of the right of way. So who has the right to use the road space? And that one is also in favor of automobiles, and it is a legal barrier in terms of reintroducing bicycles. Some other barriers can be classified as informal institutional barriers. These include like the custom in using the road or the traffic rules. In Chinese society, when this report was done, then it was very obvious that many people disregard traffic lights when they cross a street, or disregard the order or these principles in using urban streets or public space in general. And also the road rages was a major problem. And if there is a small incident, it could block the whole way because of the people involved try to maximize sort of compensation in that process, and they reluctant to leave the spot. That happened in many of these cities. In our case studies, during the project, we observed incidents like that, and this also act as a barrier against people using bicycles for their routine travel needs. And on top of that, infrastructure provides another problem there. One is the lack of continuous traffic bicycle lanes, dedicated bicycle lanes. But apparently this is not only something particular to developing countries. In developed worlds, like for example, in Melbourne, Australia, then the continuity of dedicated bicycle lanes is still a problem. You rode on a dedicated bicycle lane, and suddenly you find, well, cars parked on the lane, and you have to invade into the automobile lanes. Or suddenly somewhere the lane will be stopped. And then that becomes a major issue in provide safe travel for cyclists. So barriers of infrastructure kind is another obstacle which need to overcome in order to reintroduce the bicycles. Now, very quickly, let's move on to bicycle as a business opportunity. Because of the technical thing, I think we have about 10 or 20 minutes to finish my presentation in order not to disrupt too much of the schedule. So I try to speed up a little bit. So bicycles as a business opportunity, I find a few photos or programs in Thai cities, including Bangkok, Phuket, and Chiang Mai. These provide examples that probably some of you in the audience, you still remember. A number of years ago, in 2017, then there are yellow bikes in some part of Bangkok. And now when you visit Chiang Mai, probably you can see the green bikes, dockless shared bikes. And in some universities, I think Thammasat University has on its campus this red bike. I might be wrong, but some of the university have this bike, and this becomes a very popular thing because there are services provided by these dockless bike sharing companies, and this provision is a part of a larger boom and bust of the dockless bike sharing programs worldwide. And that boom and bust happened in the past few years, not very long ago, from 2016 to 2018. But during that time, if you visited a number of places, then probably you can spot these dockless bikes all over the places. I took a few pictures in Sydney. This is one, the mobike, and also yellow bike. This is the same bike appeared in Bangkok, O4, that's in Singapore Orchard Road. And also in Rome, the O-bike was there. O-bike was a company supplied, registered in Singapore. They supplied all these O-bikes in a number of European countries. They also came to Melbourne. So there is a large supply of these dockless bikes. The amount was large enough to generate a lot of waste in terms of oversupply, blocked the road, and cleaned up by urban management agencies and dumped into some of these so-called graveyard of bicycles. It's piled up, really impressive, but obviously this is nothing contribute positively to low carbon, but rather to the opposite, it wastes resources, waste energy, and it increase emissions. It's interesting to look at the entrepreneurs behind all these schemes. I talked about that bicycles create opportunities for entrepreneurs to organize their business and to make a profit from it. And these largest two, both O4 and Mobike in 2017, appeared in the street of Bangkok, both of these two. And these two also are the largest, they were the largest bike sharing companies there. They used some quite advanced technology, like the GPS, that's a global navigation, global positioning system, GPS, and also the smartphone to locate the bike, to register, to open, and to make use of the bike and then return the bike. So combined technology, they developed all these products. It's slightly different from the normal bikes because of this technology. And then they started to put their products all over the world. I provide you this table, just quickly show that in a very short period of time, from 2016 to 2018, about 2 years, then the cities using their bikes for Mobike, for example, increased to 176 cities, both in China and also worldwide. And for the O4, that's the yellow bike, it increased to 250 cities, internationally and also domestic in terms of the Chinese situation. And both of them also operated in a number of international markets. I'm just looking at this list, so you can find the name Bangkok here, Bangkok, for both of them. So they expanded and they competed with each other. There is another one also on the list that's called Hello Bike, another very big one. So they competed and had strategies to select those cities for the spread of this transport mode as an innovation. And there are interesting considerations in the selection of these cities, some head-on competitions in big cities, and also some selection very carefully of smaller places where competition was not as steep as in bigger cities. Over also that very short time period, 2 or 3 years, then many of these companies, once there were more than 70, the example I give you is about 3 of these largest ones, but there are lots of smaller ones. So over about 2 or 3 years, many of them disappeared, bankrupted, because many of the bicycles were stolen by the users. So that's the boom and bust process of this dockless bike. It generated opportunities. It attracted lots of venture capital. Here, with all this provision of the dockless bikes, still in some cities nowadays, not in that huge number as compared with 2017 or 18. Now, the behavior of these relevant stakeholders becomes a very important thing when we try to understand the operation and also the boom and bust of all these schemes. One is startup entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. They supported each other. The venture capitalists are those people with spare capital to invest, and they try, of course, to make money. And these startup entrepreneurs try to create their own business, and they have some common interest to share with each other, and they collaborated with each other. I call this an operator-investor alliance. And also governments and users and other parts of these stakeholders, they have different rules to play. I have a slide to show you later on. And also saboteurs. I define these as good, as the bad, and the ugly, which repeat one of the old Hollywood movie. Let's see what happened to there. And also there is a group reacted as vigilantes. They try to protect the operations. So very quickly, people with capital try to find possible project to invest. And the bicycle sharing project became one with lots of potential in terms of making bigger businesses. So they joined the force and have all these alliance, as indicated earlier, to develop and to grow the businesses. A very significant feature of this process is that the venture capital keeps on rolling into that process. More and more investment came in each round of the financing exercises. And the government played different rules if we look at the central government, provincial government, or local government levels. But overall, they kept themselves on the background. That means they didn't directly working on these schemes or give very explicit restrictions or promotions. But overall, from the background, they try to facilitate innovations. And this bicycle sharing program was seen as an innovative transportation service. And users also have different groups. They coerced in terms of paying a fee, a deposit for using, and also they are very keen about getting that deposit back. It's not a big sum of money, but for many people, that's an important sum of money anyway. So that withdraw of the deposit from time to time, once they hear that the scheme was operating with difficulties, then they try to line up and get the deposit back. That created quite a negative influence on the operation themselves. The saboteurs basically try to damage and destroy or stop all these operations. It's not basically in many times it's with a clear purpose of doing something, but they just making fun or ill-defined some actions. They throw the bicycles into rivers, for example, or hang the bikes on the trees, or pile up just on the street. by throwing bicycle one on another, on top of another, and then you got well, this messy situations. I use this, the good, the bad, the ugly, to differentiate those people really place an impact on the operation of these bikes. One group of people, maybe we could call them good, with good intentions, are these urban managing agencies. Because of bikes are too many, they blocked the pedestrian ways, and then these people come to remove the bike. And they give a few days for the operator to get the bike back after pay a fine, of course. But if within the given time period, usually it's 5 or 7 days, and then these bikes will end up in the bike graveyard. So that's one group. And also there are a group of people, like in the middle picture here, they get a bike and personalize it somehow by modifying the structure or scratch off the paint, and then make the bike, which is supposed to be a shared bike, to be their personal property, purely by selfish reasons, just kept all these things for their own use. And there is a third group, which we may call them the ugly group. They just try to hurt people. Maybe it's ill-defined, some fun there. For example, they put a needle underneath the bike seat, which is very, very dangerous, of course. And also there are a group of people acting as vigilantes, and they organize themselves, try to find these bikes, then maybe stolen, maybe misplaced in places, and then put it back into the street. And this comes to these volunteer organizations. Some schools organize this as a contribution to society, and also there are individuals who try to, well, act alone, but contribute also positively to orderly operation of these programs. None of them are paid by anyone, but it's just voluntary work. In terms of this phenomenon, I find it's also interesting. I don't have time to explain this, but to think about the theoretical side, to understand how these bicycle schemes are co-produced, involving government users, government business owners, or entrepreneurs, and venture capital. And I proposed in one of my publications that there are possibilities to advance the theoretical understanding by thinking about co-production literature, and also by thinking about the innovation diffusion literature, basically the push and pulling factors to be considered in that broader process. That's more theoretical contribution, but for planning purposes, we need to understand these differences and how these bicycles could be managed and interrupted. The last part I want to very briefly to go through is the government perspective. Largely in the literature, we know that government is relevant, but there is no systematic understanding about how government is actually acting on these bicycle-related innovations. So I draw a picture and try to work out some of this conceptual understanding, see that government as a body which is influenced by public opinions, because in democratic systems, the government are elected governments. You have to answer the concerns of your citizens. And also government has relationships with the operator, because there are regulations to control the operator, and also possibly to the user by the same way. And through doing this, then they control the operation of bike share programs. There is an interesting story about the O-Bike in Melbourne. So that O-Bike actually come to Melbourne very quickly in thousands, and operated less than a year, and then it disappeared because the company bankrupted. And the bankruptcy is very interesting, because before the operation in Melbourne, they came to Melbourne to investigate and find that Melbourne government, both the state level, the state government, Victorian government, and also the councils, these are the local government, are pretty keen to use bicycles in Melbourne, the big metropolitan area. Yeah, they find that very supportive. But on the other side, they find, well, people did not really have a very good good view about the operation of these bikes because of the experiences in other countries, especially in China as the early country to start with. So it was operating in that sort of tension, and also it has all these issues as hanging on the trees or dumped in the rivers or putting a rooftop or somewhere, caused a lot of complaints. So it ended up after a few rounds of trying that the Environmental Protection Agency of State of Victoria then issued fines. That means every incident that a bicycle involves, then the fine will be as high as 3,100 Australian dollars. That's a few times more than the cost of the bike itself. And with that fine, the fine notice, then the company decided to withdraw from it. And what this generally tells us is that there is a tension between the strategic inspirations in using bicycle as an alternative, and also the current influences that's more related with externality of using bicycle alternative in cities. And all these stakeholders, like the local government or the state government or these operators or users, they have a lot of power to influence on the operation. Seems that anyone can stop the operation single-handedly. And it's very interesting also, the local government have all these different views among the departments dealing with transportation and also dealing with environment. So that's a part of the government aspects. I bring this as a part of the presentation because the government users and the infrastructure are those three of the important considerations when we think about bicycle planning. So come back to the central question about whether bicycles as an alternative can be used more in cities. Of course, not in all cities. And the climate is different, the slope is different, the hilly areas cannot use this. But in many cities, still they can try bicycle as an alternative. So this bicycle basically provide alternative transport for developing low carbon city. And also they offer health benefits. And the scale of this bicycle transport is a function of the existing urban spatial structure and transport arrangement policies and regulations, structures, and user attitudes. And I find that these factors need to be considered together in order to use more bikes and to reduce carbon emission, save energy, and contribute to the low carbon development goal. Thanks very much. That's all I want to say for this presentation. I will look for questions later on after all the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sheng Han, for telling us about an effective return of bicycles to the urban street that needs planning, intervention, which include reconfiguration of transport infrastructure, management, and also the behavior of users. We have learned a lot from you. Thank you very much, Professor Sheng Han. ขอขอบพระคุณนะคะศาสตราจารย์ซันเชนฮานนะคะสำหรับการบรรยายให้พวกเราฟังนะคะว่าการเดินทางนะคะโดยใช้จักรยานเนี่ยก็เป็นเครื่องมือหนึ่งที่ทำให้เรานะคะไปสู่เป้าหมายของการเป็นเมืองที่คาร์บอนต่ำได้นะคะซึ่งการบรรยายของอาจารย์เมื่อสักครู่นะคะทำให้เราเห็นว่าการกลับมาใช้จักรยานนะคะในเมืองโดยเฉพาะถนนในเมืองเนี่ยถ้าอยากจะใช้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพนะคะเราควรจะต้องมีการวางแผนอย่างเหมาะสมนั่นเองค่ะรวมถึงนะคะการกำหนดโครงสร้างต่างๆนะคะเรื่องของคมนาคมนะคะต้องมีการกำหนดใหม่ด้วยนะคะรวมทั้งการ จัดการพฤติกรรมของผู้ใช้งานนะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญมากๆนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นผู้ใช้ระดับบุคคลนะคะหรือว่าระดับนักลงทุนนะคะระดับรัฐบาลก็มีความสำคัญเช่นกันค่ะนะคะก็จบไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับการบรรยายโดย Professor ซันเชงฮานค่ะและในลำดับถัดไปนะคะเราก็จะได้ทราบถึงเรื่องของการพัฒนาเมืองอย่างยั่งยืนนะคะจะเป็นกรณีศึกษาของเกาหลีใต้นั่นเองค่ะวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรติจากศาสตราจารย์จาก Melbourne School of Design เช่นเดียวกันนะคะดรฮองมินคิมค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะดรฮองมินคิมก็อยู่กับเราแล้วนะคะ Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Hyung Min Kim, and he will be telling us about sustainable urban development in South Korea.
The University of Melbourne. Today I'm going to talk about sustainable urban development with a focus on the South Korean experience. And I'm going to start with these two photos. One is kind of informal settlement in developing countries. And the photo on the right side that you are seeing is how the city was developed in South Korea, the capital city, which is Seoul, and which would be the better outcomes for the climate change and sustainability. I assume the left side that you can see is not the ideal outcome when cities are expanding. So what we need is a green infrastructure. And today I'm going to share how infrastructure can be funded at an adequate level. And once infrastructure is well established, the city will be in a better position to function well and to provide high quality of life for the residents. And I believe many of you heard the song Gangnam Style. I'm going to share how the Gangnam area was developed, which was driven by the government. And the Gangnam area has infrastructure on land, and I'm going to share how the infrastructure was funded. The South Korean government used land readjustment for urban development. Land readjustment was initially invented in Germany in late 19th century. The basic idea was to make use of some portion of land owned by private owners to fund the infrastructure. For instance, on the left side, before land readjustment was carried out, the shape and the function of the land is a bit irregular, and the land is not serviced, which means there was no proper level infrastructure. But by undertaking land readjustment, that site can go through the master planning and land pooling by giving up a portion of private land. The project managers in the South Korean context, that was the local government, take 30 to 40% of net land. With that land, the government can provide infrastructure, and they reserve some part of that land. At the later stage, those lands can be sold at the market to fund the infrastructure cost. I'm going to share more detailed example here. Before land readjustment, on the left side, 3% was, for instance, public land, while 97% was private land. And the government carried out the land readjustment based on the full cost recovery principle. To meet that principle, government made a plan to take 30% of the private land. With the 30% of the total land, what the government can do is to provide infrastructure, including parks, community facilities, roads, and so on. In addition to the public land, government set aside some portion of land, which is called the reserve land. The reserve land plays an important role in funding the infrastructure. So with the reserve land, the government will sell to ensure the total cost. By doing so, the full cost recovery principle can be met, which means the government doesn't pay for the infrastructure at all, but it is self-funded mechanism. So on the right side, what the residents can have is the serviced land. So now land shapes are regular, all land parcels are serviced, and they have access to the road. And there are pros and cons from landowners' perspective. The pro part, the advantages of the land readjustment is that the owners can have serviced land, which is much valuable than before. Nevertheless, they have to give up some portion of their net land. For instance, if their land size was 100 square meters, they have to give up 30 to 40% of their net land. So eventually, they will have 60 square meters. Financially, it is not a loss because land value is likely to go up because of the new infrastructure installation. And this method was massively used in South Korea. So the Seoul metropolitan government ensured the infrastructure, which makes the city more sustainable and more productive. In South Korean-wide, the land readjustment started after the Korean War. So it was pretty popular from the 1960s. In major cities, those land readjustment approaches were the dominant land development schemes, which meant the government didn't need to pay for the infrastructure because they used this self-funding mechanism. Most developed areas used this land readjustment, as you can see in this table. Even in Seoul, which is the capital of South Korea, land readjustment provided almost 40% of the urbanized area. It was not limited only to Seoul, but other regional towns and second-tier cities as well. In Seoul, you can see the total number of land readjustment projects, which was 51. And those areas accounted for huge mass of the land area. It was used in the earlier part of modern Seoul. Also, it was adapted to handle post-war reconstruction, but predominantly it was used from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. One of the outcomes of land readjustment was it eliminated informality. As I presented at the beginning, informal settlements are pretty common in many urbanizing cities now, but South Korea has employed these formal approaches so that informality didn't really appear at a massive scale. It appeared somewhere here and there, but going through this new development scheme, informality didn't have much room to be established in the South Korean context. in this table, what we can find out was the scale of public land through land readjustment, and also how it is funded. In total area of land readjustment played out up to 1990, accounted for, was as large as 132 square kilometers, and out of this total project sites, 45 square kilometers was set aside for public land. With this public land, the government provided the marketplace, schools, roads, and parks, and others. So think about how the government can ensure the land for infrastructure and land for green infrastructure, such as parks. Many local governments don't have enough fiscal revenue sources. They have very limited revenue sources. That is the same to almost all local government. In 1960s, South Korea was one of the most poorest countries in the world. Back then, the per capita GDP was less than 100 US dollars, which meant the local government was also had insufficient fund for infrastructure. So how those modern infrastructure was established was a very important to enhance the sustainability and the productivity, and also the livability of the cities. In this map, what you can find out was the locations of land readjustment carried out in Seoul. The green areas were the green belt, which was the mountains basically. So exclusive of those mountains and the green belts, land readjustment was the major tool for urban development. I'm going to provide more details about the largest land readjustment project in the southern part of Seoul. Its official name was Yeongdong, but this site was the core area of Gangnam. Those Yeongdong areas were composed of 4 sites, 2 big project sites and 2 small project sites. It started from 1967 and it was officially completed by 1990. And its project site was as large as 27 square kilometers. And its planned population was 600,000 people, which is a pretty bigger scale land development project. Before land readjustment in this area, so it was a farming agricultural site, and people worked for agricultural activities, and they produced fresh vegetables and they transported to the central part of Seoul. It was their way of life. And approximately 98% of the owners were small land owners on the farming site. I will show you further photos. And there were no bridges linking that site to the major settlement. So people moved their fresh vegetables through the ship. And those ferries transported veggies from Gangnam area to the settlement. And it was how that area was used before land readjustment. And this was the same. And as you can see, those sites were farming and agricultural and basically not urban areas. The background of the development was the rapid increase in urban population. And urban population increase is taking place in many developing countries, including Thailand as well. And urban population is growing. So what they need is land and housing. And how to accommodate those people is an important planning challenge. And the Seoul metropolitan government and the Korean government at a central level wanted to expand those urban areas. And otherwise, informal settlements were the likely outcomes. So they made a decision to build the new urban areas. The next map also shows how that area was shaped. You can see some green areas, and basically those areas were agricultural site. And without the road access, there were no bridges directly linking to that area. That's why people used ferries to transport their produce to the major settlement, which is the northern part of that river. Back then, at the central level, the government wanted to facilitate industrialization by building new highway networks. Those highways were pretty advanced in terms of the technology and engineering back then. It was late 1960s. South Korea didn't have the skills and engineering experience to build the highways. And what's more was they didn't have enough sufficient funds to have the land for the highways. But it was driven by the top political leader. And so they invented this idea to kick off land readjustment. By carrying out land readjustment, the government was able to ensure land for infrastructure and reserve land, which can eventually fund the total cost of all required local level infrastructure. So how that area was transformed was like this. Before the land readjustment, those areas were irregular in shape, but going through land readjustment, the government made a plan for the grid pattern, and they provide pipelines, sewerages, and parks, and other required infrastructure with no government cost, which is full cost recovery principle. And think about how this can happen. The key is to make use of land value uplift. And those land value increases were used to fund the required infrastructure, including parks as well. Once land is secured, it's much easier to handle because land value is likely to increase in line with population increases, productivity enhancement. But government already took the land with no cost. So it's much easier to provide facilities once the fund is secured. I'll share you some more photos. And this is in the middle of the project in 1970. And the farming activities disappeared. Anyway, because of population increase and urban expansion, the land use shift from farming to urban land was inevitable. So how to make it more sustainable is an important planning issue. And it went through all the construction given a very short period of span. And it started providing road and passenger regional bus terminals and the parks, as well as any other urban infrastructure. It was a pretty long development process. And unlike other central areas, and those new development followed the grid patterns, which was pretty new to that city. And you can find the regional highways in the middle, and major river on the right side, and the mountains were kept intact. And other than those natural environment, roads were newly provided, and those roads were pretty wide enough to include separate bus lanes at the later stage. The key is to equip the land and take the land at the beginning of the development so that government don't need to worry about land value increases. Once that starts, it might be difficult to acquire the land at the market value because land value is likely to increase over time. So this is in 2000 how it was changed. New bridges were constructed. Those new bridges were separately funded. It was funded by the local government. But anyway, those bridges enhanced the accessibility to those areas. So now those areas are not isolated, but it is integrated with the settlement, which is the northern part of the city. And the road network were established, linking internally and regionally at the metropolitan scale and the national scale. And those highways played a dominant role in increasing interactions between Seoul and regional towns. And also it was the most important transport network to facilitate flows of materials and vehicles and people as well. And it started the Yeongdong area, which is the center of Gangnam in Seoul. So now I'm going to share how this happened with 5 possible reasons. And accessibility was increased firstly, and new transport infrastructure was provided, as I discussed. The highways were constructed linking Seoul with the second largest city, and arterial roads were built and new bridges were constructed over the river so that the project site is not isolated. At the later stage, in the 1970s, about 10 years or later, metro lines were constructed linking those project sites with the major settlement, which is the northern part. The accessibility enhancement increased land value significantly. And this is pretty common everywhere and universal. Once accessibility is increased, the land value is also increased. Without the land readjustment, possibly landowners take all the benefits from land value increase, but with the land readjustment, some portion of land was given up for infrastructure. So government also benefited, which meant the public in general benefited from the land value increase. It was shared equity approach. And secondly, other than transport infrastructure, overall infrastructure, including green infrastructure, was added, including power supply, gas supply, and water pipelines, hospitals, police stations, parks, schools, and markets. And all these soft infrastructure facilities were built on the land which was taken from land readjustment scheme. And it was secured for free, which was enabled by the inherent land readjustment approach. And this soft infrastructure also contributed to land value increase. And thirdly, new planning schemes added upon that area. For instance, agricultural land was changed to urban land. Once this happens, land value increases. And secondly, density limits were changed. Before, it was single residential purpose land, but government changed the land use to allow for high density development. So the apartment and high-rise buildings were allowed to be built on the site. And this made a huge impact to the land market, and land values are increased significantly because of this land use zoning. And reason number 4 is population increase within the site and at the metropolitan scale. And population increases contributed to the demand for the land, so the land prices are increased. Think about the scale of economies. If there are many people on the city, they need retail shops, they needed schools, and they need all different sort of activities, which happened in the project site, which also contributed to increases in land value. And reason number 5 for land value increase was formalization of land ownership. There were possibly unregistered, unrecognized land before land readjustment. However, going through land readjustment project, all land became very formal in terms of ownership. The government had the full control over all the project sites. So no informality was established after the land readjustment. And combination of those 5 reasons, land value increase was obviously appeared. And you can see the apartment district, I discussed the land use planning. Unfortunately, those land use plans were not integrated from the outset, but it came in the later stage, about 10 years later, than the initial kick-off of the project. So apartment district allowed high density development in selected areas. Outside those apartment districts, low density residential areas were allowed. But apartment district was something different. And with this approval, the landowners can build high-rise apartment. Then those sites undertaken radical land value increase. At the same time, it accommodated more people. And more people played a role in doing their business operations and daily life. So all those activities contributed to land value increase and also the vitalization of the site area. And this table is pretty surprised. Population overall in the city of Seoul increased radically. And in the period 1963 to 1989, over 26 years, population increased 2.5 times, which is pretty high. However, within the project site, population increased 11 times, which is much higher than overall citywide population increase. But what I want to stress, was a very radical increase in land value. Over 26 years, land value increased almost 13,000 times, which is much, much higher than the population increase and the economic growth. To read it more easily, I changed it annual increase. Population increase in the citywide 4.6%, which was very high. If any city undertakes that pace of population increase, they will face a very significant issues. But the project site was much radical. The annual population increase was 13% over 26 years. The land value increase much more radical. It's almost 44% per annum. So if land value is not captured for providing infrastructure, and those land value uplift might be pocketed by the landowners only, but land readjustment made a tool to make use of those land value uplift. Those lands were provided for free with no cost to the government. And with the land, governments were able to provide infrastructure and green infrastructure as well. And I'm going to show you this table, how this happened with the final financial report. The income, total income was same with the total expense. But how they generated the income was based on the sale of reserve land. The sale of reserve land accounted for the significant portion of the total income. And with the sales of reserve land, which was part of donated land by the private landowners, it funded all the construction cost which was required at the local level. The construction cost included engineering cost and road construction and park construction and so on. So by doing so, what we can observe in that project site is like this. It is pretty crowded, but at least the city was able to provide the infrastructure to function the city pretty well. And they were able to ensure the parks here and there, and the road as well, and schools and marketplaces. And so in the Gangnam area, what we can see now is pretty wide road. Some people might don't like this motorization, but given the high density urban settlements, I think those road structure was good because it can ensure the separate lanes for public transport. And those public transport can be seen everywhere. And those red buses are using separate bus lanes. And residents use those public transportation everywhere. And with the public transportation, we assume the city is becoming more and more sustainable rather than pollution generating activities. So now I'm heading to the conclusion. How to fund infrastructure and green infrastructure is very important for urbanizing cities and all cities. And among the infrastructure installation, land is essential to green infrastructure. Without the land, it's nearly impossible to provide green infrastructure. And the infrastructure is the key for successful urban development and sustainable urban development. The land readjustment adopted in the South Korean context is land-based infrastructure funding, which was based on self-financing mechanism. which followed the full cost recovery principle. And that was the one aspect of land value capture. And by making use of land value capture, the local level government can provide the green infrastructure at very low cost. This is a matter of how land is managed. Nevertheless, there were implementation challenges. That's why land readjustment was given up in 1980s. Nevertheless, we can still find some implications for currently urbanizing cities. Thanks for your attention, and I have to acknowledge that this project was financially supported by the Korea Foundation. Thanks for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hyung Min Kim, for telling us how we can use a really good planning by showing us South Korea's implementation of land readjustment at the initial stage of urbanization. And also we learned the principle and the development outcomes of land readjustment with a case study of your Yeongdong in Gangnam, Seoul. Thank you very much. ขอบพระคุณนะคะดร. ฮองมินคิมค่ะที่มาร่วมแบ่งปันเรื่องราวนะคะเกี่ยวกับนโยบายการปรับพื้นที่นะคะการปรับโครงสร้างของการใช้พื้นที่ในกรุงโซลนะคะที่เกาหลีใต้ค่ะก็ทำให้เราเห็นนะคะว่าการพัฒนาเมืองนั้นนะคะเราจะต้องคำนึงถึงปัจจัยอะไรบ้างแล้วก็ในการปรับปรุงโครงสร้างนั้นนะคะมีอะไรที่ทำให้เราเห็นได้ว่าจะมุ่งไปสู่การพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนได้นั่นเองค่ะและในลำดับถัดไปนะคะจะเป็นการบรรยายเรื่องเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนในประเทศไทยนะคะหรือว่า Sustainable Development Goals in Thailand ค่ะในวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรติจากผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ชนบุญนาคนะคะอาจารย์ประจำคณะเศรษฐศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยธรรมศาสตร์และยังเป็นผู้อำนวยการศูนย์วิจัยแล้วก็สนับสนุนเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนนะคะ SDG Move ค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag ค่ะ
ครับต้องขออนุญาตนำเสนอเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะครับเนื่องจากนี้เป็น International Symposium นะครับ So good afternoon everyone. It is an honor to be presenting in this International Symposium on Innovative Energy and Climate Solutions for the Built Environment 2021. My name is Chon Bunnag. I'm an assistant professor at Faculty of Economics, Asst University, and I'm also the director of SDG Move, or Center for SDG Research and Support. We started SDG Move since 2016 with the support from Thailand Research Fund, or TRF. Now we are a research center at Asst University. So this presentation will be based on our 6-year experiences with SDG Move. Okay, so we have limited time. So today my topic is about sustainable development in Thailand. So there are 4 main topics that I will be presenting today. So first, I will give a brief overview of the SDGs for those who may not so familiar with it. Second, I will show you the status of Thailand. And this is a quite special one because we synthesized from 3 assessments, namely the assessment of UNESCAP, SDG Index, and the country report produced by the National Economic and Social Development Council. So we're going to see what are the overlapping issues that each assessment presented. And third, I will present to you the SDG implementation policy and mechanism. And lastly, I will propose 4 gaps to be filled to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. Okay, so this is the SDGs. It is a part of the 2030 agenda that 193 countries, including Thailand, adopted in September 2015. The 2030 agenda was created through a multi-level and very participatory process. More than 8.5 million people participated in the process during 2012 to 2015. So the SDGs can be categorized into 5 groups or 5 Ps. Sorry. So the first P, now the first P is people, covering SDG 1 to 5, focusing on the well-being of the people. The second P is prosperity, covering SDG 7 to 11, focusing on economic and social prosperity. And the third P is planet. And the planet is focusing on the sustainable use and conservation of environment and natural resources. The fourth P is peace, justice, and strong institution, SDG 16, and SDG 17, partnership. But I need to remind you that the 17 goals is actually the area of interest of the 2030 agenda, but the real detail is actually in the targets, 169 targets, and each target will have indicators to track their progress. In total, there are 247 indicators. And also, these goals and targets cannot be considered without thinking about the principles underlying these goals. So there are 4 main principles. Now, the first one is transformative, which means that we really need to drastically change our course and our thinking when we try to implement the SDGs. We cannot do the business as usual. No? The second one is inclusive, so we must leave no one behind. The third one is integrated, which means all goals and targets are all connected. So we need to find synergies and trade-offs and deal with it. Try to find a way to empower the synergies and reduce the trade-offs. And the last one is universal, which means that these goals can be applicable to many countries in various contexts, and can also apply to like different organizations. But with all the details, we must not forget that the ultimate goals of the SDG is to make sure that everyone is not in poverty and able to live their lives with dignity. And so this picture represented, what I said represented in like the inner circle, the social foundation. Nobody should be living their lives and fall under the social foundation. And at the same time, we have to make sure that our development activities are not overshooting the ecological ceiling or the planetary boundaries. So we actually need to transform the economy to be like regenerative and distributive, to make sure that the Earth is the safe and just space for humanity. And so this is actually like the ultimate goals of the SDGs. And lastly, about the SDG, we actually need to realize that SDG is not only the goals, but it's actually a multifunctional development tool. So we need to use it to advance the SDGs. So first is actually the goal. So it's a global objectives and key results. It also provides a set of development indicators at global, regional, and national level, also local level as well. And since 133 UN member states adopted it, it has become a shared development norms. So in a way, we can use it to empower people and existing sustainable projects. And at the same time, we can use them to empower our arguments in negotiation and collaboration. We can also use it as a framework for policy and planning, as well as impact assessment. So this is like my 4 minutes overview of the SDGs. Okay, so let's move on to the SDG status of Thailand. So regarding the SDG status of Thailand, there are 3 major assessments that Thai government refers to a lot. And the first and the most popular one is the SDG index. The SDG index is not a UN official ranking. It is produced by Sustainable Development Solutions Network, or SDSN, a global academic network, working closely with the UN. The indicators are only 91, covering essential but not all targets. So I think we can use it as like a proxy to understand the situation, but not like the official 169 targets situation. The color code for each goal actually represents the status of the two worst indicators of that goal, not the overall status of the goal. So what does it inform us? The index informs us that Thailand is at number 43 out of 165 countries in the world, and also number 1 in Southeast Asia. In 2021, it was the year that SDG index score overall decreases. And for Thailand, we have 5 goals with 2 or more indicators in the major challenges status, increasing from 2 goals in 2020. So we basically have more red goals in 2021. So, so the challenges is actually about like the unsustainable agricultural practices for SDG 2, and road traffic injuries and incidents of tuberculosis in SDG 3, inequality, SDG 10, and marine pollution, increasing threats to species survival and inadequate conservation areas in SDG 14 and 15. So that is like the main message from the SDG index 2021. The second and also official assessment SDGs for SDGs of Thailand is from UNSCAP. Actually, UNSCAP only publish a regional level snapshot every year in its Asia and the Pacific SDG progress report. However, with the courtesy of UNDP, we have a chance to see the snapshot of Thailand in 2021. So, in general, Thailand has made a lot of progress from year 2000 in many goals. However, none of the progress met the targets in 2020. There are 3 goals that regress compared to the year 2000 baseline, which are SDG 2, SDG 13, and SDG 14. But unfortunately, we don't have the details about which issues made these goals regress from the year 2000. And actually, from this graph, you can see that you can see the Wi-Fi signal, which represents the evidence strength. So actually, with this assessment, the indicators are still quite incomplete. So with the available data, this is the assessment of UNSCAP. So you can see that the UN is not using like the ranking approach because the agreement from the international arena, from the international conferences, are saying that they don't want countries to compete with each other. They want them to learn from each other more. But I think we can't deny that with the ranking, it makes country more active about the SDGs. And the third one, the third assessment is from the Office of the National Economic and Social Development Council, or NESDC, the planning agency. This is the first official Thailand's SDG progress report, covering the year 2016 to 2020. So it's a 5-year period of SDGs in Thailand. Although the graphic looks very similar to the SDG index, but the methodology is different. NESDC's processed all available quantitative and qualitative data of 169 targets and utilize all departments within the NESDC to work on these assessments. So it's like a very big project. And the color of each goal and target actually represents its overall status. So it's like a different methodology. So I think the key message from this assessment is that there are 9 focuses. This is a term that NESDC used to call the target in crisis. So the targets, which is like the detail in the circle on the left, the one in red, there are 9 of them, and they call this the 9 focus. And these target in crisis also distribute itself within SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 10, and SDG 14. So for the SDG 2, it is mainly about the food insecurity, malnutrition, and the unsustainable agriculture. SDG 3 is about the non-communicable diseases, road traffic injuries, and death and illness from pollution. SDG 10 is about the transfer fee for remittance of the migrants, and SDG 14 is about like marine pollution and insufficient protected areas. So there are 3 assessments. And as the person who follow what's going on about Thailand on SDGs, I wonder how can we process these 3 assessments. So what I try to do is that I try to convert all of them into the same format, or at least as close as possible. So since I learned a lot about the SDG index now, because we are also the host of the national, we are also the national host of SDSN Thailand, which is a part of the SDSN who produce SDG index. So we have a deeper details about the methodology and how they work on the index. So I try to convert the Thailand SDG progress report and UN country snapshot into the format, the same format as SDG index. Of course, there are some methodological gaps, but I think the key question that I want to answer is that, so with these 3 assessments, what are the common findings? What are the shared findings among these 3 sources about the goals that we are in crisis? So what we found is that goal number 2 and goal number 14 are the common findings of these 3 assessments. All of them are in red or regress, which means at least 2 indicators or targets are in crisis, like in the red status, or at least it's regressed from the baseline, like the year 2000 of SCAP. And goal number 14. So these are the 2 common things, and I think it's the linkage between the 2 is actually makes sense. With unsustainable agriculture, it can lead to like marine pollution. So there are connections between these 2 goals. And actually with the unsustainable practice in agriculture, it also leads to unhealthy people, like unhealthy farmers and consumers, right? And also the problems of like malnutrition and food safety. So that actually reflected in the Thailand SDG progress report. But there are also the goals that they cannot agree upon, and those goals are SDG 1, the poverty, no poverty, and SDG 13, which is like the climate action, which is kind of linked to this symposium. So they have different opinions about these goals, but I think it's because they use different indicators and methodologies to assess the status of these goals. So I think I'll leave it to the experts to dig into the issues. So which one is actually the right one, the right status? So just to summarize the unsustainable issues of Thailand, when we synthesize 3 index together. So the first one is the unsustainable food system, which contributes to marine pollution, and also the malnutrition in children under 5. I think this also shared in all index, and the marine protected areas also shared in all 3 index. Okay, so this is the second topic that I want to talk about, which is about the SDG status of Thailand. The third one is about the SDG implementation. So when we talk about the SDG implementation, there are so many levels of implementation. What I want to do today is to focus on the policy level, because if we talk about all of them, it's going to take like a day or something. So we're going to focus on the policy level. So the first element at the policy level is the National Committee on Sustainable Development, or the CSD. The CSD is the cross-ministerial mechanism. So it's supposed to be the mechanism that allows different ministries to work together in a more integrated manner. The CSD was established in 2012 after the Rio Plus 20 conference under the Prime Minister Yingluck Shinawatra. And then there are political mayhem happening in Thailand, and then we have NCPO with the coup. in 2014. So in 2015, after General Prayut Chan-o-cha went to the UN and adopted the 2030 agenda, he came back and revived the CSD and make this CSD specifically for the implementation of the SDGs. So the CSD was chaired by, and is now still chaired by, the Prime Minister, and the secretary team is the NESDC, that's the planning agency that I mentioned earlier, and the Office of Natural Resource and Environment Policy and Planning from the Ministry of Environment, and therefore subcommittees. So the CSD works for like 4 years, and then on December 19, 2019, there was an event, we call it the Set Zero. So there was an annual meeting of the CSD on that day, and the resolution of the meeting decided to reset everything prior to this date. So everything that was done before December 19, 2019 was actually reset. And then they proposed Thailand SDG roadmap and other stuff that is linked to the SDG roadmap. So so from now on, when we talk about the CSD, the starting point is actually the Set Zero, December 19, 2019. Okay, so the CSD has 4 subcommittees. The first one is about the subcommittee on implementing of the SDGs. The second one is about promoting understanding of sustainable development and sufficiency economy philosophy. The third one is about information system to support sustainable development, so basically about indicators. And the fourth one is on strategic environmental assessment. There's going to be the fifth and the sixth one, which try to engage youth and private sector into the committee. The roadmap, the SDG roadmap of Thailand, there are 6 pillars of the roadmap. 4 out of 6 is about the government sector, and 2 out of 6 is about the other sector. So I think it's actually sending the message that the NESDC, the planning agency, which is the secretary of the committee, sees the implementation of SDG is mainly the government effort. But actually they also see a little contribution from other sectors. So they have like the pillar of partnership, and they also try to raise awareness of people. They also try to reorganize the government agencies to work on the SDGs. So first, they try to create the policy coherence by linking the SDGs with the national strategy and the master plans, and also the ministry plans. So all levels of plans are linked to SDGs now. And they also established the domestic mechanism, which is the CSD and its 4 subcommittees. And they also assign responsible organizations for all targets. So 169 targets, each of them has like responsible organization. The fourth one, implementation of the projects. So all projects that come from now, that started from now on, has to be linked to SDG somehow, and the plans. And also the last one, monitoring and evaluation. So they try to create the electronic monitoring and evaluation of national strategy and country reform, immense, sometimes I call that immense, but it's now in progress. So I think the system is not ready yet. So these are the 6 pillars of the SDG roadmap. So everything from now will be based on everything in the implementation from now will be based on the 6 pillars of the roadmap. Okay. And the last thing I want to talk about the SDG policy in Thailand is that we have the official approach and development strategy for the SDGs. So Thailand official approach to the SDG is the sufficiency economy philosophy. it was proposed by the King Rama IX, and it was made into framework by the NESDC, and it is now used to promote the actions of Thailand towards sustainable development. So we have a campaign called SEP for SDGs, and it was led by Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the Thai government is actually very serious about this, at least at the international level. They have like the G77 initiative, South-South cooperation. Now we actually send volunteers from Thailand to transfer the knowledge of like the new theory of agriculture to other developing countries. And in some area it was working. So actually at the international level, it was widely accepted that SEP is one of the approaches to achieve the sustainable development goals. And for our domestic policy, we have the BCG model, the bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy. So I think the Thai audience is already familiar with the term. Yeah. So these are the official approaches to SDGs of Thailand. I don't think we don't have that much time to like debate and accuse about all of these things, but I think I have given you like the overall pictures of the SDG policy of Thailand. So for the last point, I would like to spend the last point that I would like to spend in the last 10 minutes of my presentation is the 4 gaps to be filled to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs in Thailand. So there are 4 points. These are the 4 points, but I will also use the time to explain, to elaborate more. So the first one is that the roadmap fails to address and prioritize some essential means of implementation in the Thailand SDG roadmap. Secondly, there's no concrete mechanism for more integrative implementation. And the third one, SDG localization efforts have begun as a few case studies, but have not expanded to other areas. And the fourth one is that the CSOs are not involved. I mean, they are involved too little in the official national SDG policy process. So we cannot fully say that SDG policy process in Thailand is yet inclusive. No. Let's talk about the first one. So in the past year, SDG Move worked with our partner IHPP, International Health Policy Program. So, and we have a research that we came up with a framework to analyze the SDG implementation system. So we call this the System Diagnostic Framework for SDG implementation. But sometimes we call the Insights, SDG Insight. So this framework is trying to unpack the implementation process by dividing the process into 5 steps or 5 components. So we think that if we want to change the situation of SDG challenges to meet the global goals, we need interventions, right? But interventions can happen only when they have a proper system building blocks, which is these blocks are like the component of SDG implementation ecosystem. So we must have these building blocks in order to make sure that the intervention will be effective to change the SDG challenge, to meet the SDG goals. And then since the process is long and it's supposed to be like a learning process, so once we have the outcome of the intervention, we're supposed to monitor and send the feedback back to the implementers, and also sometimes it's go back to change the system building blocks. So that's the meaning of this framework. So what we did after we create this framework is that we use it to investigate. We use it to analyze the voluntary national review, which is the official Thailand SDG report presented to the UN. And this is what we find. We find that for the building blocks, there are 3 components that is actually in the roadmap, which means it is recognized and addressed at the national level. But the other 4, which is like science and technology, innovation and research, information system, the human resource and capacity buildings, and also finance for development, these issues are scattered in different ministries. Only a few ministries address these issues systematically. Most of them are not addressing these issues. So, and we also found that there is no feedback mechanism exists in the country. At the international level, it's actually the high-level political forum on sustainable development that works as a feedback mechanism for the countries. If we want to implement SDGs, which is like the goal-based governance, we actually need this feedback mechanism to make sure that everybody is accountable, everybody responsible, accountable to the public in trying to achieve the goals. But we don't have that in Thailand. So I think what I propose at this point is that we're supposed to make these other 4 building blocks to become like a national, to become like a national level means of implementation. It should be addressed in the roadmap, and it has to be made national and make it a more integrative approach covering all the goals. And also we need to have like the domestic feedback mechanism in the country to make sure that everybody can participate in the process of the SDG implementation, and they can give opinions back to the government agencies, and they can also propose themselves to collaborate and help out with the issues that the country is now experiencing. Now we need that. The second thing is that there's no concrete mechanism for more integrative implementation. So, as I said before, 169 targets have been assigned with responsible government agencies from all relevant ministries. But at this point, there is no national level mechanism for more integrative implementation within goal is introduced. So in each goal, there are many targets. And most of the time, the targets are taken care of by organizations from different ministries. But each goal is supposed to have one host from one ministry. So they're supposed to be the one who like coordinates all the targets. But because of the law and the duty of each ministry, they cannot actually go over and bring people together. So without like an additional mechanism, I don't think the cross-ministerial initiative can happen. And since the CSD, the National Committee on Sustainable Development, they're supposed to work as this function. They're supposed to be the one who make the work more integrative, but they have meeting once a year. So in practice, it's impossible to make this work. We need additional mechanism. At least SDG 12 have this kind of mechanism, but not in other goals. So we need a mechanism to make the work of SDG more integrated. And I think the planning agency need to analyze more about the interlinkages between goals and mechanism, between goals and targets. And we need also the mechanism to deal with the synergies and trade-offs of different goals and targets. So if we talk about goal number 2, we try to develop. If we try to improve agriculture, we need to use water, right? We need land, and we need several other things. And the problem is that the issues of water, forest, and some other things related to agriculture is actually taken care of by other ministries that is not in the Ministry of Agriculture. So we actually need to learn about the interlinkage between goals and targets in order to know who's supposed to work with each other and and whether the initiative of one ministry are actually contradicting with the other ministries. So we need a kind of mechanism to deal with the trade-offs like this to make things go forward. Oh my God. Okay. I apologize. Okay. So the third one is about the localization of SDG. This is one of the key issues that needs to happen because to implement the SDGs, we need to do it at the local level. Since 2018, there are 9 pilot provinces and also 5 pilot local government authorities. But at this point, the status of these pilot provinces is unknown. Perhaps they are busy with the COVID-19. But I think if we want to accelerate the implementation, we need to make sure that the case studies are expanded to other areas. And the last one is that I think the policy process is not inclusive because no CSO is represented in the CSD, and the CSO is using the SDGs to support their development agenda and use it as a leverage against unsustainable government's development projects. So I think the policy process of SDGs in Thailand need to be more inclusive in order to actually meet the goals of the SDGs. Nobody can work alone. No. Okay, so that is my presentation about the Sustainable Development Goals in Thailand. I hope I'm not using too much time, but I apologize if I use too much time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag. We have learned a lot about SDG, especially in Thailand, and also not only about SDG, but we also learned what we can do to improve the status of Thailand. Thank you very much for your clear explanation and analysis. กราบขอบพระคุณนะคะผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ชนบุญนาคนะคะในการมาบรรยายในเรื่องของ SDG โดยเฉพาะ SDG Go ในประเทศไทยนะคะเราได้เรียนรู้เนื้อหามากมายเลยนะคะรวมทั้งข้อด้อยจุดอ่อนค่ะที่เราสามารถพัฒนาเมื่อเราแก้ไขหรือว่ามีการร่วมมือจากทุกภาคส่วนมากขึ้นแล้วเชื่อว่าเราจะสามารถพัฒนาให้เป็นตรงตามเป้าหมายที่เราวางไว้ได้อย่างยั่งยืนแล้วก็รวดเร็วมากขึ้นอย่างแน่นอนค่ะและในลำดับถัดไปนะคะจะเป็นการบรรยายในเรื่องของโครงสร้างพื้นฐานที่เหมาะสมกับสภาพภูมิอากาศนะคะในวันนี้ค่ะเราได้รับเกียรติจากศาสตราจารย์ดร.วิลาศนิติวัฒนานนท์นะคะอาจารย์จะมาเล่าให้เราฟังในเรื่องนี้ค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Vilas Niti Vattananon ค่ะ
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I prefer to speak in English. I hope maybe a good chance for both very local and our non-Thai participants. This is the topic on climate compatible infrastructure. And as you perhaps know the background, I'm a professor in the Urban Innovation and Sustainability Program at the School of Environment Resources and Development at Asian Institute of Technology, or AIT. This topic, in fact, is one of the subjects we offer at the Urban Innovation and Sustainability Program. But today we have maybe about 40 minutes, so I try my best to shorten from the whole subject we offer at our program. So this is the outline of my talk. I'd like to begin with urbanization and climate change. It's a kind of framework we may want to look at, and move into a concern regarding climate and infrastructure development. Then we can go to a bit more specific on what we call low carbon infrastructure, then go into the climate resilience infrastructure. These two are the key aspects we may like to focus regarding this topic. And also quite important before I end my talk, I like to present about the synergies and possible co-benefits. Then whatever time that might be allowed, I have some selected case, but would be flexible, subject to our allowable time. The first slide I show on the screen is very much important when we talk about climate change. It's overview of how climate change, also other types of factor could have impact on different aspects, including our human infrastructure development. There are two sides on this slide. On the left-hand side is very much regarding the climate change, which we go into some more detail in the next few slides. This climate change also comes from two main factors, one from natural, and the second one also from the people or anthropogenic climate change, that's what we call. And right-hand side also important. We have a number of socio-economic process regarding some pathways. We will go into some detail on adaptation and mitigation action. And also we have aspect on the governance. So normally, in general, the impacts from climate-related factor also mixed with the human factors result into some what we call the risks. And in here, risk is not very straightforward, including at least three main factors influencing, namely the hazards, vulnerability, and exposure. So with this framework, we go into some detail in the next slide. Like this slide, this can represent part of the socio-economic development I mentioned in the previous slide regarding urbanizing world and Asia. I hope this is not new to most of the participants, but this is one of the main factors when we talk about the greenhouse gas emission or the risk mentioned in the previous slide. Simply, we are having quite a rapid growth of urbanization, particularly in Asia and Pacific, where we are mostly live in at the moment. So it's quite highly increasing in terms of urbanization, and this is still very much emerging trend in the at least in the near future. In terms of the climate change, this is a quick review. So we have a quite clear historical record on this slide. The upper part show the average global temperature, which is quite increasing. And the projection also in a similar trend, unless we have some clear mitigation measures. The middle part of this slide focus on the sea level change, or in fact rising. Also very similar trend to the global increase, the temperature increase. And this also in line with the greenhouse gas emission on the lower graph. So all this provide very good confidence that we are facing quite a clear trend in terms of the climate change challenge. In terms of the different sectors, this also related to the infrastructure. So some detail here I will not go into, but very typical that we have different sector contributing to the greenhouse gas emission, from the transport, buildings, industry, electricity, power, agriculture, food, and land use. And also some other greenhouse gas. So this is quite clear that we are having quite different projections from very high increase, you will bet on the upper graph. But at the same time, we do have some other scenarios to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And these different sectors, including infrastructure, could play quite a major role. For example, this is the research done by our PhD student. This shows the combination of the urbanization, the case in Lahore city in Pakistan, with the increasing population, and also some key factors in the urban area, and show this particularly in the greenhouse gas emission from the electricity. That's quite increasing, subject to the both population growth and also some of the economic activities. This is the latest report already came out from the IPCC in this particular year to look at how the climate change could have a simple way to understand on the risk and the impact. On the left-hand side, talk about the heavy precipitation from frequencies on the upper part and intensity on the lower part. Simply, we are facing the increasing temperature, as mentioned before, maybe close to the 1 degree Celsius for the time being. So quite likely that we will have about 1.3 times of the heavy precipitation within the 10 years period. And if temperature increase to 1.5 or 2 degree or up to 4 degrees Celsius, which is also the possibility by the end of the century. So that could result into about 2.7 times of the heavy precipitation compared to the baseline. Similarly, in terms of the intensity of the rainfall, the percent increase also show quite significant trend from lower in the less increase of temperature, but also higher, about 30% plus if the temperature increased by 4 degrees Celsius. On the right-hand side is similar trend, but talk about the drought, which opposite to the heavy precipitation. The similar trend shows here up to about more than 4 times if the temperature increased more than 4 degrees Celsius in terms of the frequency of the very serious drought. Similarly, in terms of the intensity, the increasing deviation, talk about the standard deviation here, similar to the percentage, also provide quite significant increasing trend in terms of the drought. We have 2 aspects, as also mentioned earlier, mitigation and adaptation, in order to be applied to the infrastructure development. This table simply divided from the approach how we have like to consider from the mitigation and adaptation in terms of infrastructure. The approach for the mitigation, as we realize, is very much on the top down, and in most cases also quite centralized decision making. Yeah, this might provide both pro and cons. We can also talk a bit more. On the adaptation is not exactly the same. This is the greater scope on the bottom approach. In that case, also provide some kind of both challenge and opportunity, but also quite different from mitigation. And distribution of the benefit, whatever we can in terms of mitigation or adaptation measures, could also be somewhat different. Mitigation normally global, worldwide, just provide some challenge, obviously. At the same time, adaptation is more local specific. And some different in terms of the uncertainties. Whatever we talk about here, nothing 100% sure. So the different uncertainty between the mitigation and also adaptation. Then when we look at the detail of the infrastructure, the mitigation, as also mentioned, the focus on the sector could be energy, transportation, buildings, and industry. This is based on the record and also the potential. While the adaptation could also focus on some baseline infrastructure across different sectors, from transport, partly energy, and also the urban infrastructure development. And also can be a bit more potential or specific in terms of the coastal, water, and agriculture related infrastructure. In terms of the mitigation, this slide provides some detail on what's going on, what have been kind of the investment in different regions in the world, from Africa to Oceania, different colors. And as we can see here, there are some of the what we call the low carbon measures. For example, the clean energy, clean transport, energy efficiency, and others. So these are quite good because we have some real investment covered by different part of the world. Might be a bit different from a different sub-region. But we also do have some of the what we call high carbon measures going on because of other factor. We are not talking about the infrastructure for only climate change, only perhaps other sustainable development, which I will also show in the next slide. Also, quite clear that if we target to limit, as also very much discussed in terms of the global meeting, to the 2 degree Celsius scenario. So this slide provide a possibility how we may want to focus from the primary energy efficiency infrastructure, low carbon core infrastructure, and other core infrastructure. The 2 areas mentioned here, which should be increasing in terms of percentage, more than 30% for the energy efficiency. This provide some of the good potential, like energy buildings and other infrastructure. At the same time, we could also look at different types of the core infrastructure to promote both low carbon and perhaps also climate resilience, like more on the adaptive infrastructure. So these are the clear direction. In adaptation, in particular, this slide also estimate what would be the key sectors. Urban infrastructure within this estimate play the biggest role, more than 50%, which include different types of the urban infrastructure. At the same time, some of the major transportation mode and others could also play important role in terms of the investment to COVID better adaptation. As mentioned, this slide also try to link when we try to achieve specific sustainable development goals like SDG 13 regarding climate change. We also want to have good synergy or connection. For example, this left-hand side diagram to show how SDG 13 also related to other like 6, 15, 2, and others. This also provide a good opportunity because some of the like infrastructure development strategy can at the same time achieve multiple sustainable development goals, and also confirmed by the right-hand side in terms of specific low carbon infrastructure development. This can have a good potential to also provide a co-benefit in terms of the other SDG from the education, food security, poverty alleviation, and others. This is the example how if we can look at the city scale. This is based on our former master student conduct this research factor influencing the urban heat island in city of Surabaya in Indonesia, with some good available data. Within this city, we found some clear urban heat island effect based on this graph from different location of the temperature inside and outside the city. And a simple correlation analysis can resulted into some of the key significant factors influencing the urban heat island. And many of these sectors are quite related to the infrastructure and other sectors. For example, the area of the asphalt concrete, area of green area of paving, carbon emission, and energy conservation. These are some of the key factors influencing the urban heat island in this particular city. And the research could also utilize these key factors in order to recommend what would be the strategy or some policy to address this urban heat island. The very last subtopic I like to cover here is about the way how we like to look at from the synergies, and sometimes we simply call like co-benefit. Yeah, this could be like shown on this slide. Normally, we have multiple objectives or the possible benefit. For example, our possible solution could also address some of the socio-environmental problems like waste management, drinking water supply, or local infrastructure. At the same time, some of these solutions could address more on the global environmental problems like greenhouse gas emission as an example. And we do have a number of the economic or political, social types of the objectives so that we could, in some way, this middle part, intersection among these three areas provide what we call the co-benefit opportunity, or somewhere could be also possible. So within this understanding, like this slide show, the real possible co-benefit synergies among the three areas from the general development. So I hope the audience could see this area. Yeah, these are very much example from what we call the sustainable infrastructure development in general. Yeah, some of the infrastructure could focus on what we call the mitigation. So this is the area that would be good potential for the mitigation point of view. This is what I try to draw here. And similarly, from the adaptation point of view, there could be some good potential for the adaptive infrastructure development, which I try to draw here. So what would be the best from this one? Perhaps the audience can provide a quick feedback. The intersection of the three areas, which example shown on this part, I highlight here. Yeah, these are something that we can perhaps claim that also provide a good benefit to a number of the sustainable development from the infrastructure point of view. At the same time, provide a good way to address the risks we call adaptation. And at the same time, the way to also address the greenhouse gas emission, we call the mitigation. So the example here, let me read through quickly. Dams and reservoirs to prevent flooding and adapt to the variability in the runoffs. So this is more on the water sectors, which can also provide a good potential for the energy production like hydropower. So that's one clear example. The second one within the building sectors, highly efficient ventilation and cooling system, such as less energy and better able to cope with temperature extreme. We face discovery too hot, sometimes too cold in different sub-region. So the building can play quite major role to adapt to this changing or extreme change of the weather, partly climate. At the same time, as we know, the energy provide the building energy and others can provide good potential for the mitigation. And another one also include here traditional structural materials. That different types of material can play a role, and we call traditional in the way that this kind of some construction material could be at a local source, which can require less transportation or consuming less energy in order to move around. At the same time, these types of the local material or traditional construction material can promote what we call the local employment and can obviously provide different benefits and really clear from both mitigation, adaptation, and at the same time some sustainable development goals. So there could be some other example, but based on this maybe session, and I convey to the audience that this is a good chance that from the research that we perhaps can explore more example, more possibility, and at the same time how we can bring any of this possibility into action, maybe different sub-region or different local contexts. Yeah, these are some examples based on some good literature. talk about the green urban infrastructure, which could provide multiple benefits from the carbon dioxide reduction, thermal comfort, improve air quality, water quality, and others. And not only at the certain boundary, this could be multiple scales, including the city, region, neighborhood, district, the site or the block, which can be at like the building scale or very smaller scale. So you can see perhaps different levels of the benefits, but very clear multiple benefit for the multiple scale. And this is quite a good chance for some of what we call the urban green infrastructure development. So this is one of the topic being discussed at the COP26, try to promote what we call the nature-based solution or some other types of the terms, which I also be mentioned here, green infrastructure. So we look for this kind of win-win situation. Another way to try to have the positive synergy between mitigation here and adaptation. Simply, whatever we do, if we cannot reduce greenhouse gas, so we move on the left-hand side, right? If we cannot improve the adaptation, we move to the bottom. So this area are something that not prefer, we call unsustainable. And these are some of the area which we don't want. Something we can do more from adaptation, we call adaptive emission. For example, like air conditioning, expanded irrigation system. So this is not too bad, but perhaps more focusing on the improved adaptation. Or on this side, we can do more on the mitigation, but at the same time perhaps less from the adaptation. So in that case, we call perhaps promoting what we call the new vulnerabilities, which might increase some kind of the climate related risk. So the best, that's what similar what I mentioned before, to encourage what would be the sustainable win-win solution. And example here like water demand management, heat management from buildings, which I think clearly we can claim that we improve both adaptation and mitigation. In other words, reducing greenhouse gas, at the same time also reducing the climate related risks. So this is something that we like to move on. At the same time, before I go to some cases, so we also realize that in order to deal with the infrastructure, we have a different stage, like shown on this table. So the stage can start from like planning, in this case called like more on the material inputs, and go into the construction of infrastructure and operation, maybe maintenance, and at the end we also have some kind of decommissioning. So different stage could also have a different potential, at least from the mitigation point of view. Yeah, so that's we need to look at the life cycle aspect, so that we can have more potential in order to combine, integrate among different stage of any infrastructure development. And obviously there could be some different ways from the carbon source or opportunity to reduce the greenhouse gas. Again, this is focusing on the green infrastructure, and maybe different ways that we can address the carbon reduction, because there are different categories of the carbon that we can also look at. Then there's an example shown on this slide in terms of buildings. So we have a different stage of the building development, maybe at different years. So this is a simple way that perhaps we can estimate and understand better and try to address the greenhouse gas emission, in other words, reduction from different components or different stage. And also the lower graph here, not only that, the different years, which are also in line with maybe different component or the stage of the infrastructure or building development in this case. In the initial period might have some kind of very high because of the material use, as some period still continue, and we might need some kind of replacement or improvement of the buildings at some particular year. So this is the way that we can be more systematic to address the greenhouse gas emission. This is another example based on our former student at AIT conducting the carbon footprint for our own golf course to show example that there are different activities to deal with the greenhouse gas emission, and also for different sub area on the golf course. Yeah, this part seem to be higher, and when we look at here, maybe on the green part of the golf course, those who are familiar with the golf course has higher carbon footprint based on this research. Now, for the remaining times, I hope I perhaps can spend within not more than 10 minutes to cover some selected cases. Yeah, this case one result from our own recent research covering 15 cities, coastal city in Southeast Asia. So this is here some city in Indonesia, some city in Thailand, and also some city in Vietnam, not included on this slide. Yeah, this is an application of the framework regarding the climate related risks for different hazards for this coastal zone among different columns. And for different city, we found different levels of the vulnerabilities related to the risk. The red colors overall provide some of the high vulnerability or the risk subject to certain hazards like flood, drought, and some coastal erosion on this table, and some land subsidence. And we also see some common different in terms of the sectors, including infrastructure for this coastal city. So based on this, like also shown on this slide, we found some of the existing adaptation strategy and technology so that we see some gaps and see some of the possibility to promote, to improve reducing the risk for certain city or sectors. So I move quickly here. And these are the pictures showing from the research of the coastal city. This is a picture from a city in Indonesia. This is the one in Thailand. This is from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And this one actually from city of the Phuket in southern Thailand. Quite important in terms of the water storage. The second case is also based on our former student research. Conducting this topic, green roof retrofitting on our own academic campus. In fact, this is our AT campus map with a location of different buildings. Yeah, our buildings are quite old, in fact, and they require some kind of this retrofitting. And this thesis of the student try to evaluate, and this show example of the possible benefits for different buildings on the first column and convert into monetary terms. And also we estimate the cost of the investment and how we can simply rank different buildings based on the cost benefit analysis and other factors. And this is the final rank with multiple criteria, including cost and benefit. And the lower table here show the rank from number 1 to 15. So we found that some of the buildings can be on the top here, so that we might go ahead with possible more detailed design and investment of retrofitting this building. The next case is also based on our former research of the coastal tourism study area in eastern Thailand. This slide shows some of the nice tourism destination called like Koh Chang and others, including covering Pattaya in this study. And the slide here show first into the adaptation. So we focus on the hotels and resort accommodation, and found that these are some of the popular adaptation actual measures. Obviously, it can be a bit different from among the 3 study area, but it's actual adaptation that we found. and these are the pictures showing those adaptation action. Then in terms of mitigation, it's quite a variation from this transportation, local ingredients, low carbon transport, including using energy saving equipment. So these are maybe more popular and also more popular on the waste segregation at source, because I think the resort or the hotels see some of the potential co-benefits from this type of the mitigation measures, that's what we call. And the last case, this is based on previous study. This publication show quite interesting in terms of the feedback from a number of the 29 Asian cities in terms of the infrastructure. So they found this proportion of the infrastructure, mostly transport, water, sanitation, and some others. So from the climate change, from the 29 Asian cities, these are the relevant infrastructure sector covered by a climate change plan. So, hopefully with a good plan and perhaps implementation is one of the simple way to measure. So these are like the biggest one in terms of the supply and distribution in the energy sectors. Almost 80% among these 29 Asian cities. Second one is building in the energy. And this could be maybe a combination of both mitigation and adaptation. Another one quite big in terms of the municipal service, basically the water supply, and could also include sanitation. So the percentage include on this slide, quite a good proportion. Mitigation 34%, mitigation and adaptation could be providing good synergies, and adaptation about 28% among these 29 Asian cities. So that is, I hope I could end up within the time limit. And please, if you have any comments or question, I believe you may have to send to the chats, and I will be pleased to join the Q&A session a bit later today. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Vilas Nitivattananon, for sharing with us about climate compatible infrastructure. And we have learned a lot about the effects and interrelationships of components of low carbon and resilient infrastructure, which are very crucial in achieving sustainable urban development. Thank you very much. ขอขอบพระคุณนะคะศาสตราจารย์ดร.วิลาศ นิติวัฒนานนท์นะคะที่มาร่วมแบ่งปันความรู้กับเรานะคะทำให้เราเห็นถึงผลกระทบแล้วก็ความสัมพันธ์ต่างๆนะคะขององค์ประกอบของโครงสร้างพื้นฐานนะคะที่จะนำเราไปสู่เมืองคาร์บอนต่ำในอนาคตนะคะและในเวลานี้นะคะลำดับถัดไปนะคะเราจะเป็นการบรรยายนะคะโดยศาสตราจารย์ขออภัยค่ะผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรนะคะในวันนี้ค่ะท่านวิทยากรของเรานะคะจะมาเล่าให้เราฟังเกี่ยวกับโครงการรถบัสโดยสารอัจฉริยะนะคะที่ใช้พลังงานจากก๊าซธรรมชาติหรือที่เรียกว่า KKU ขอนแก่น University Smart Bus ค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor ดร.กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรค่ะ
สวัสดีผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมทุกท่านนะครับแล้วก็ผมมีความยินดีนะครับที่ได้รับโอกาสมาแลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์การทำงานนะครับโครงการด้าน Innovative Project ของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนะครับผมจะนำเสนอเป็นภาษาไทยนะครับแล้วก็สำหรับภาษาต่างประเทศผมทราบมาว่าทางผู้จัดได้มีล่ามแปลให้ท่านด้วยท่านอาจจะได้ฟังทางช่องทางนั้นนะครับชื่อโครงการนะครับก็เป็น practice ทางด้านความยั่งยืนของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นเราใช้คีย์เวิร์ดนะครับก็คือ Living Lab of CBG แล้วก็ KST คีย์เวิร์ดแรกคือ Living Lab สำหรับโครงการนี้นะครับก็เป็นโครงการที่ส่วนกลางของมหาวิทยาลัยก็คือฝ่ายโครงสร้างพื้นฐานสังกัดสำนักงานอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนะครับเรามีเจตนาที่อยากจะทำให้เป็นห้องทดลองที่มีชีวิตหมายความว่าการดำเนินการของโครงการเนี่ยก็จะเปิดโอกาสให้ทั้งนักศึกษาชุมชนแล้วก็เครือข่ายของเรานะครับทั้งในและต่างประเทศสามารถมาเรียนรู้ โครงการของเราได้นะครับแล้วก็สามารถที่จะนำความรู้ที่ได้จากเราสามารถไปต่อยอดเป็นโครงการต่างๆที่ทางหน่วยงานต่างๆเขามีอยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็อยากจะให้ผู้ที่มาดูงานสามารถเห็นกระบวนการโปรเซสของการทำงานเราตลอดโครงการนะครับคีย์เวิร์ดที่2กับคีย์เวิร์ดที่3คือ CBG กับ KST นะครับน่าจะเล่าได้ด้วยภาพนี้น่าจะชัดเจนขึ้นแบบนึงนะครับโอเคเห็นชัดแล้วนะครับ CBG นะครับก็จะเป็นรูปด้านบนนะครับที่เป็นอาคารโดมนะครับแล้วก็อาคารหลังสีเขียวๆนี้นะครับ CBG เป็นชื่อย่อครับของสถานีที่ผลิตก๊าซมีเทนเป็นก๊าซไบโอเป็นก๊าซชีวภาพนะครับที่ทางมหาวิทยาลัยเราสร้างขึ้นมาส่วน KST ก็มาจากเป็นชื่อย่อของชื่อเต็มคำนี้นะครับขอนแก่น University Smart Transportation นะครับก็เป็นการขนส่งสาธารณะอัจฉริยะของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนะครับก็น่าจะได้เห็นขอโทษครับคีย์เวิร์ดสำคัญของหัวข้อที่เราคุยกันวันนี้นะครับสำหรับเนื้อหาที่ผมจะมาพูดคุยแลกเปลี่ยนกันนะครับก็จะเริ่มต้นในภาพรวมก่อนก็คือเป็นนโยบายของมหาวิทยาลัยนะครับถัดมาก็จะเป็นเรื่องของที่มาของโครงการว่าเริ่มต้นยังไงนะครับแล้วก็เป็นแนวคิดที่เราดีไซน์ขึ้นมาเพื่อตอบโจทย์นะครับที่มาความสำคัญโครงการที่เราพัฒนาขึ้นมาถัดมาก็จะเป็นตำแหน่งที่ตั้งโครงการกระบวนการในการทำงานแล้วก็ผลลัพธ์ที่เราได้จากการดำเนินโครงการนะครับส่วนสำคัญอีกส่วนหนึ่งก็คือโครงการนี้เป็นโครงการที่ฝ่ายโครงสร้างพื้นฐานมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นไม่ได้ทำเพียงหน่วยงานเดียวนะครับเราทำงานร่วมกันกับพาร์ทเนอร์องค์กรทั้งในระดับประเทศแล้วก็ระดับชุมชนหลายแห่งเดี๋ยวจะเล่ารายละเอียดให้ฟังนะครับแล้วก็ถัดมาก็เป็น contribution หลังจากโครงการเราเสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับ innovation นวัตกรรมโครงการนี้ได้ต่อยอดสร้างผลประโยชน์อะไรขึ้นมาบ้างนะครับแล้วก็สุดท้ายก็เป็นโครงการที่อาจจะสามารถต่อยอดนะครับจากสิ่งที่เราวางพื้นฐานในโครงการนี้เพื่อที่จะให้นักศึกษาหรือผู้ที่สนใจสามารถทำโครงการต่อเนื่องไปได้นะครับนะครับขออนุญาตเล่าในภาพใหญ่ก่อนฝั่งซ้ายมือนะครับที่เห็นเป็นสีหน้าปกสีเขียวนี่ก็คือเป็นแผนยุทธศาสตร์ของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นในช่วงปี 2559 ถึงปี 2562 ซึ่งเป็นช่วงที่ผมได้มีโอกาสเข้าไปทำงานช่วยเป็นผู้ช่วยอธิการบดีฝ่ายโครงสร้างพื้นฐานนะครับในคอนเซปต์สำคัญของร่างแผนยุทธศาสตร์ช่วงนั้นก็จะมีเราจะเรียกว่าเสาหลักนะครับของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนี้มี4เสานะครับเสาต้นที่1ที่มีลูกศรชี้เนี่ยนะครับก็คือ Green and Smart Campusเป็นเป้าหมายนะครับที่เราต้องการที่จะพัฒนาให้มหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นเป็นมหาวิทยาลัยสีเขียวแล้วก็เป็นมหาวิทยาลัยที่ชาญฉลาดด้วยชาญฉลาดในที่นี้ก็หมายถึงสามารถนำเอาเทคโนโลยีนะครับมาประยุกต์ใช้ในการบริหารจัดการนะครับสร้างสภาพแวดล้อมที่เหมาะสมกับการเรียนหนังสือกับการวิจัยแล้วก็การอยู่อาศัยของบุคลากรที่อยู่ในมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นเราซึ่งแต่ละวันเรามีประชาชนนะครับที่โรเตทเข้ามาใช้พื้นที่ในมหาวิทยาลัยของเราประมาณ 60,000 คนต่อวันนะครับมาดูรายละเอียดกันสักหน่อยนะครับว่า Green and Smart Campus เขาโฟกัสไปเรื่องอะไรบ้างนะครับอันนี้ก็จะเป็นรายละเอียดของ Green and Smart Campus ส่วนที่เกี่ยวข้องนะครับกับโครงการ CBG กับ KST ก็จะอยู่ทางด้านซ้ายมือนะครับสีฟ้าข้างบนคือการจัดการของเสียนะครับแล้วก็ด้านล่างที่เป็นเรื่องของการขนส่งมวลชนนะครับคราวนี้อันนี้คือตัวนโยบายครับเป็นสิ่งที่ผู้บริหารเซตไว้นะครับคราวนี้เวลาเราทำโครงการนี้เนี่ยปรัชญาของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นนะครับที่เป็น DNA ของเราก็คือคำว่า social devotion นะครับก็คือการอุทิศตัวเองเพื่อกับสังคมเพราะฉะนั้นโจทย์ในการแก้ปัญหาไม่ว่าจะเป็นโครงการนี้นะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นโครงการวิจัยหรือโครงการบริการวิชาการเนี่ยเรามักจะหาโจทย์มาจากสภาพปัญหาที่แท้จริงในพื้นที่ของมหาวิทยาลัยในชุมชนในจังหวัดขอนแก่นหรือภาคตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือนะครับเราจะพัฒนาโจทย์จากตัวนั้นนะครับในกรณีของโครงการนี้นะครับ Living Lab KKU เนี่ยก็มีประเด็นสำคัญที่เป็นตัวตั้งต้นของโจทย์ปัญหาเราอย่างแรกนะครับก็คือเป็นเรื่องของฟาร์มเกษตรทำไมถึงเป็นปัญหานะครับคณะเกษตรเรานะครับมีฟาร์มที่ใช้สำหรับฝึกฝนนักศึกษานะครับให้เรียนรู้เรื่องของปศุสัตว์ขณะเดียวกันก็เรียนรู้เรื่องการบริหารธุรกิจเกี่ยวกับอาหาร ซึ่งก็มีฟาร์มขนาดใหญ่อยู่2ฟาร์มนะครับนั่นก็คือฟาร์มของฟาร์มไก่นะครับซึ่งพอในช่วงนั้นด้วยนะครับคณะเกษตรก็ transform ตัวเองไปเป็นsmart farm smart agriculture นะครับก็มีโปรเจกต์ที่จะเลี้ยงไก่ในระบบปิดซึ่งได้รับการซัพพอร์ตมาจากเครือข่ายของเราก็คือบริษัท CPF นะครับก็ทำให้ up level ของการเลี้ยงไก่จากหลักพันตัวกลายเป็น 20,000 ตัวนะครับสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นก็คือไก่พวกนี้เนี่ยก็มีมูลสัตว์มูลไก่ออกมาประมาณวันละ600กิโลกรัมต่อวันนะครับขณะเดียวกันก็มีปศุสัตว์อีกกลุ่มหนึ่งนะครับก็คือเลี้ยงหมูเราเลี้ยงหมูประมาณ550ตัวนะครับระยะเลี้ยงหมูในปีหนึ่งเนี่ยเราจะเลี้ยง2ชุดหนึ่งจะมีอายุประมาณ 4-5 เดือนนะครับ2ชุดก็กินเวลา10 เดือนในช่วงเบรกนะครับเลี้ยงชุดหนึ่งเราจะเบรกเดือนหนึ่งเพื่อที่จะทำความสะอาดฆ่าเชื้อป้องกันการติดเชื้อสำหรับชุดต่อไปด้วยนะครับหมูอายุประมาณ 4-5 เดือนเนี่ยเราเลี้ยงเป็นพ่อพันธุ์แม่พันธุ์แล้วก็ส่งต่อให้เกษตรกรนะครับเราไม่ได้เลี้ยงเพื่อเข้าลงเชือดทั้ง2กลุ่มเนี่ยก็คือจะมีมูลสัตว์ออกมากรณีของหมูนะครับก็550ตัวก็จะผลิตมูลหมูเนี่ยก็ประมาณ200กิโลกรัมต่อวันนะครับประเด็นปัญหาก็คือว่ามูลเหล่านี้ยังไม่ได้รับการบริหารจัดการที่ดีก็มีปัญหาเรื่องกลิ่นนะครับแล้วก็กังวลเรื่องเชื้อโรคซึ่งก็ส่งผลกระทบไปที่
There are some technical issues regarding the voice of Assistant Professor Dhabhalabutr, and I'm sure he will be back with us in a minute. He has been talking about a project of Khon Kaen University or a KKU Smart Bus. He's telling us about a project of smart public transportation with an environmentally friendly approach. It's really amazing to hear that the KTS or the Khon Kaen University Smart Transportation integrates smart IT solutions for users and also uses alternative energy from the biogas from livestock manure or organic matter. เมื่อสักครู่นะคะอาจารย์กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรนะคะก็มาเล่าให้เราฟังนะคะเป็นภาพรวมของโครงการรถบัสโดยสารอัจฉริยะนะคะที่ใช้พลังงานจากก๊าซธรรมชาติค่ะก็เชื่อว่าทุกท่านนะคะจะได้มีความรู้เพิ่มเติมนะคะแล้วก็ได้แรงบันดาลใจในการที่จะกลับไปใช้การเดินทางนะคะหรือว่ารถโดยสารที่ใช้พลังงานจากก๊าซธรรมชาตินั่นเองค่ะขอเรียนทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะว่าในการบรรยายแต่ละครั้งนะคะท่านสามารถส่งคำถามมาทางกล่องข้อความได้นะคะเดี๋ยวทางเราจะรวบรวมแล้วก็ถามวิทยากรให้ท่านในช่วง Q&A period นั่นเองค่ะ May I remind you that you can send us questions for our guest speakers and we will collect the questions and ask them for you in an exclusive Q&A period after the end of every speaker's presentation. I am sure that they will be welcome and they would love to answer your questions. Don't forget to send us in the chat box. And also, as I have told you earlier, we have the evaluation form for you to complete, and after you have completed the form, you will send the booklet comprising every materials and every details and abstract of our guest speakers. นะคะขอเตือนทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะย้ำเตือนกันนะคะว่าเรามีแบบประเมินนะคะอยากให้ทุกท่านได้เข้าไปประเมินค่ะเพราะว่าหลังจากที่ประเมินแล้วนะคะเราจะทำการส่งคู่มือของ การประชุมในวันนี้นะคะไปให้ทุกท่านผ่านทางอีเมลที่ได้ลงทะเบียนไว้แล้วกับทางเรานะคะในตอนนี้นะคะบนหน้าจอเราก็มี QR code ที่ทุกท่านสามารถสแกนได้นะคะเพื่อร่วมตอบแบบประเมินนั่นเองค่ะ On the screen at the moment there is a QR code where you can scan and complete the evaluation form หลังจากการบรรยายโดยผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรจากขอนแก่น University นะคะลำดับสุดท้ายในวันนี้นะคะบอกใบให้ทุกคนก่อนนะคะเพื่อเป็นน้ำจิ้มแล้วกันนะคะในลำดับสุดท้ายนะคะก็จะเป็นการบรรยายค่ะในเรื่องของเกณฑ์การออกแบบนะคะที่ใช้เป็นแนวทางในการใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างยั่งยืนนะคะว่าจริงๆแล้วเกณฑ์การออกแบบเนี่ยก็เป็นหนึ่งสิ่งที่สำคัญนะคะแล้วเราก็ควรจะออกแบบอย่างเหมาะสมที่สุดด้วยค่ะและในวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรติจากวิทยากรท่านสุดท้ายของวันนี้เลยนะคะจาก Professor Steve Fotios นะคะจาก University of Sheffield ค่ะก็จะมาแบ่งปันนะคะเรื่องราวความรู้ดีๆเกี่ยวกับเกณฑ์ในการออกแบบนะคะว่าทำอย่างไรควรจะทำให้เป็นแนวทางที่เหมาะสมที่สุดแล้วก็ใช้อย่างมีคุ้มค่านะคะใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างคุ้มค่าแล้วก็ลดการใช้พลังงานแล้วก็ลดการปลดปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพนั่นเองค่ะAs I have reminded you earlier that there will be an evaluation form, you can see the QR code on the screen at the moment. You can scan it right now and we will send the booklet comprising every speaker's presentation and abstract where you can revise and you can apply the knowledge that you have learned in your daily life, in your studies, and in your career.And I have to tell you before the next part of the session, there will be a talk about ensuring design is criteria are optimal. It is an approach to sustainable use of resources, and we are lucky to have our last guest speaker, Professor Steve Fotios from University of Sheffield. And before we get to that session,We have now Assistant Professor Dr. Kitapatr ถาปาลบุตร is with us again. Welcome back. ขอต้อนรับอีกครั้งนะคะเข้าสู่การบรรยายค่ะขอเรียนเชิญผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรค่ะ
ขอโทษที่ขาดหายไปนะครับได้มาเจอกันอีกทีหนึ่งนะครับก็คุยต่อเลยเนาะประเด็นที่2ที่มาจากปัญหาในพื้นที่เราก็คือเรื่องของอุบัติเหตุนะครับก็มีทั้งประเด็นของอุบัติเหตุประเด็นของเรื่องของรถติดนะครับแล้วก็มีประเด็นของเรื่องของมลภาวะมาดูสถิติกันหน่อยนะครับสถิติของการเกิดอุบัติเหตุในมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นตั้งแต่ปี 2552 จนถึงปี 2558 นะครับก็ดูตารางฝั่งซ้ายมือก็จะมีจำนวนผู้เสียชีวิตนะครับในช่วงปี 57-58 ก็จะมีจำนวนเยอะขึ้นมานะครับแล้วก็จะพบว่าในฝั่งขวามือนะครับก็จะเป็นอุบัติเหตุที่เกิดขึ้นกับบุคลากรภายนอกนะครับประมาณ 45% ถัดมาเป็นนักศึกษา 45% แล้วก็ที่เหลือเป็นบุคลากรอุบัติเหตุเกิดขึ้นกับรถจักรยานนะครับมากกว่ารถยนต์นะครับก็เป็นสัญญาณที่เตือนให้เราต้องลงมือแก้ปัญหานะครับนะครับคราวนี้คอนเซ็ปต์หรือโซลูชันก็คือการอินทิเกรชันกันเพื่อว่าจะได้เกิดบูรณาการนะครับเกิดนวัตกรรมในการทำงานคอนเซ็ปต์ของเราก็คือว่า1คำตอบนะครับตอบหลายๆโจทย์ได้พร้อมกันนะครับตอบโจทย์เรื่องของการส่งเสริมนะครับการส่งเสริมการใช้พลังงานทางเลือกนะครับและอย่างที่2ก็คือว่าตอบโจทย์เรื่องการแก้ไขปัญหาอุบัติเหตุนะครับซึ่งภาษาอังกฤษที่เราใช้นะครับกรณีของเรื่องของสิ่งแวดล้อม sustainability เราใช้คำว่า zero waste นะครับตอนนี้ถ้าเป็นทันสมัยหน่อยก็อาจจะได้ยินคำว่า circular economy นะครับเอาเศษวัสดุของเสียเหลือใช้มาต่อยอดนะครับแล้วก็อย่างที่2ก็คือโครงการที่ป้องกันเรื่องอุบัติเหตุเราก็จะใช้คำว่า zero death คือเราจะมีเป้าหมายว่าจะต้องไม่มีผู้เสียชีวิตนะครับในแคมปัสในเขตของมหาวิทยาลัยเราในช่วงที่เราทำโครงการนะครับคอนเซ็ปต์มายังไงนะครับก็คือ material นะครับ material เราก็มาจากมูลสัตว์นะครับก็อย่างที่เล่าไปก็คือหมูกับไก่นะครับแล้วเราก็อยากจะ extend นะครับลองปลูกหญ้าเนเปียดูนะครับในเฟสถัดไป นะครับจากนั้นนะครับเราก็จะมาย่อยสลายนะครับบ่มเป็นก๊าซ CBG ไบโอเคมีแล้วก็จะเอาไปเติมในรถขนส่งสาธารณะซึ่งรถขนส่งสาธารณะนี้ก็คือจะเป็นรถอัจฉริยะ KST นะครับที่เราจะสามารถใช้ก๊าซได้มาดูตัวเราสตาร์ทที่ CBG ก่อนนะครับฝั่งซ้ายมือก็จะเป็นแผนที่ของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นอยู่ในเขตสีส้มอ่อนๆสีม่วงอ่อนๆนะครับพื้นที่ประมาณเกือบ 6,000 ไร่นะครับพื้นที่ของที่ตั้งสถานีตัวอาคารสีเขียวที่เป็นโดมตัวนี้นะครับอันนี้ก็คือตัวที่เป็นตัวบ่มก๊าซนะครับจะอยู่ในกรอบสีแดงนะครับจะอยู่ในบริเวณพื้นที่นะครับที่ใกล้เคียงกับฟาร์มเกษตรนะครับใกล้เคียงกับฟาร์มหมูและก็ฟาร์มไก่นะครับด้านหลังเราเห็นใหญ่ๆนี่ก็จะเป็นบ่อบำบัดน้ำเสียนะครับในส่วนของสถานี CBG เรามีอาคาร2หลังนะครับหลังที่2ก็จะเป็นหลังอาคารหลังคาสีเขียวอาคารชั้นเดียวนะครับก๊าซที่ได้จากการบ่มในอาคารที่เป็นโดมสูงนะครับก็จะถูกเข้ามากำจัดนะครับพวกสารของเสียต่างๆเดี๋ยวเล่าดีเทลให้ฟังว่ามีอะไรบ้างนะครับเพื่อกลั่นกรองนะครับตัวก๊าซให้บริสุทธิ์แล้วก็สามารถเอาไปเติมรถได้อาคารตัวนี้ส่วนหนึ่งก็จะเป็นอาคารที่เก็บก๊าซ CBG แล้วก็เป็นหัวจ่าย CBG ด้วยนี่คือ process นะครับเรามาดูกันนะครับเผื่อที่ทางชุมชนมหาวิทยาลัยอื่นๆอาจจะลองไปประยุกต์ใช้ในพื้นที่ตัวเองนะครับเรามีไก่นะครับประมาณ 20,000 ตัวนะครับให้มูลไก่600 กิโลต่อวันแล้วมีหมูนะครับ550 ตัวคราวนี้มูลหมูกับมูลไก่เนี่ยมันมีความหยาบไม่เท่ากันมูลไก่เขากินกรวดเข้าไปด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นเราจะต้องผสมน้ำในอัตราส่วนมูลไก่1กับน้ำ6 ส่วนเพื่อให้มูลไก่มันเหลวที่จะสามารถส่งผ่านท่อใต้ดินจากโรงเลี้ยงไก่มาที่อาคารที่เป็นอาคารโดมนี้ได้นะครับขณะที่มูลหมูเนี่ยเขาเรียกอะไรดีนะเขาไม่มันเหลวมากกว่านะครับแล้วก็ผสมน้ำในอัตราส่วนที่1:4ก็พอนะครับก็จะเข้ามานี้ในอาคารโดมนี้เรียกว่าคาร์บอนลากูนนะครับปริมาตรในการผลิตของเราก็ได้ประมาณ250 ตารางเมตรนะครับก๊าซที่เข้ามาบ่มนี้นะครับหลังจากนั้นพอมูลสัตว์ต่างๆบ่มนานพอแล้วเนี่ยตัวที่เป็นกากมันจะตกตะกอนนะครับเกิดน้ำข้างบนขณะเดียวกันตอนบ่มจะเกิดกระบวนการความร้อนตัวก๊าซจะลอยขึ้นข้างบนนะครับเราจะพบว่าก๊าซที่เราได้มาก่อนที่เราจะมีการกลั่นกรองขึ้นมานะครับมันก็จะประกอบไปด้วยก๊าซมีเทน CS4 เนี่ยนะครับประมาณ 60% นะครับเป็นก๊าซคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์นะครับ 30%แล้วก็ส่วนที่เหลือก็คือ S2S ก็คือก๊าซไข่เน่าในภาษาทั่วไปของเรานะครับแล้วก็น้ำประมาณ 5% ส่วนที่เป็นของเสียที่สุดก็คือก๊าซไข่เน่านั่นเองเนื่องจากมันมีกลิ่นเหม็นขณะเดียวกันเนี่ยมันติดไฟได้ด้วยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก๊าซที่ได้เนี่ยก็จะต้องไปผ่านกระบวนการของการกลั่นกรองก็คือเครื่องถ้าเกิดเห็นลูกศรผมเนี่ยนะครับที่เป็นตัวท่อเยอะๆเนี่ยนะครับแล้วก็เรามีจอสกรีนคือจอมอนิเตอร์นะครับที่เป็นตัว operate ควบคุมนะครับพอเราสามารถสกรีนเอาไอ้ตัวของpurify ใช้คำนี้ดีกว่าไม่ใช่สกรีนเนาะตัวก๊าซได้สะอาดเสร็จนะครับแล้วก็จะเอามาเก็บไว้ในถังนะครับในท่อเก็บก๊าซนี้นะครับหลังจากนั้นแล้วก็รถก็KST ของเราก็จะวนมานะครับเติมก๊าซทุกวันนะครับคราวนี้ด้วยความที่เราใช้คอนเซปต์ของระบบของIT เข้ามาช่วยด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นอาคารชุดนี้ทั้งชุดนะครับเราใช้สตาฟแค่2 คนแล้วก็ดูแล24 ชั่วโมงนะครับก็ทำให้เราสามารถประหยัดแล้วก็ตอบโจทย์เรื่อง Smart Campus ได้ด้วยนะครับถัดมาพอได้ก๊าซเสร็จก็ต้องถัดไปก็คือก็ต้องมีการตรวจสอบคุณภาพของก๊าซเพราะว่าพอไปเติมในรถจริงๆเสร็จก็เราไม่อยากเทคลิสต์ให้ผู้ประกอบการคือแล้วรถยนต์ KST เนี่ยเป็นรถที่บริษัทเอกชนนะครับเป็นคนที่ได้สัมปทานมาเขาจะต้องจัดหารถนะครับมาวิ่งกับเราแล้วรถเนี่ยเขาเป็นคนจัดหามาเองแต่ก๊าซเป็นของเราใช่ไหมครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องมีการตรวจสอบคุณภาพก๊าซเพื่อให้เขาเต็มใจที่จะมาเติมก๊าซของเรานะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็เลยมีการทดสอบกันนะครับก็มาดูผลการทดสอบกันหน่อยนะครับสิ่งสำคัญก็คืออยากดูความสะอาดของก๊าซแล้วก็ค่าปล่อยก๊าซคาร์บอนมอนอกไซด์นะครับแล้วก็ดำเนินการทดสอบออกมานะครับในข้อ1นะครับรอบ เดินปกติของเครื่องยนต์นะครับค่ามาตรฐานของผลิตภัณฑ์อุตสาหกรรมนี่เขากำหนดไว้ว่าควรไม่เกิน 3.5 นะครับปรากฏว่าก๊าซ CBG เราทำได้ 0.01 นะครับแล้วก็พอเดินรอบลดมากกว่านะครับช่วงถึง 2,000 ถึงไม่เกิน 2,500 rpm นะครับค่ามาตรฐานก็กำหนดไว้ที่ 4.5 นะครับค่าก๊าซไอเสีย CBG ของเราทำได้ 0.03 ก็สรุปว่าการตรวจสอบนะครับก็คุณภาพของก๊าซเรานะครับอยู่ในค่ามาตรฐานแล้วก็เป็นตัวเลขที่ทำให้บริษัทพาร์ทเนอร์ของเรานะครับก็อุ่นใจนะครับแล้วก็ยินดีที่จะเอารถมาเติมก๊าซกับเราละทีนี้นะครับก็มาถึงพาร์ทของตัวที่เป็น Product นะครับผลลัพธ์ของการดำเนินโครงการนะครับโครงการนี้เราทำในช่วงปี 2558 นะครับจนถึงปัจจุบันนี่แหละ operate มาจนถึงทุกวันนี้นะครับสิ่งที่เราได้นะครับถ้าเกิดเราเทียบแบ่งแยกเป็นประเภทของมูลสัตว์ในกรณีของเป็นหมูนะครับมูลหมู200กิโลกรัมเนี่ยก็เอามาทำก๊าซ CBG ได้ประมาณนะครับก็90นะครับประมาณ90ลิตรนะครับต่อวันแล้วก็ไก่ก็ได้ประมาณ280นะครับแล้วก็พอเราจากยอดนี้นะครับพอมันกลั่นกรองเป็นก๊าซท้ายสุดเราก็ได้ก๊าซที่สะอาดนะครับได้ประมาณ100กิโลกรัมต่อวันนะครับซึ่งทำให้รถวิ่งได้ประมาณ200กิโลเมตรต่อวันนะครับก็ด้วยความที่ capacity ของเราก็จะเห็นว่ามันน้อยนะครับก็จะสามารถเติมรถได้แค่1คันนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเกิดอยากจะเติมรถได้จำนวนมากกว่านี้ก็ต้องมีกำลังการผลิตmaterial เราเยอะแต่ตรงกลางก็คือว่าตัวของสถานีก๊าซเราเนี่ยนะครับถูกดีไซน์เป็นสเกลที่ไม่ใช่ขนาดใหญ่เลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นกำลังการผลิตนี่ก็คือกำลังที่เหมาะสมถ้าเกิดอยากจะทำในเลเวลอุตสาหกรรมก็ต้องมี capacity ที่ใหญ่กว่านี้นะครับอันนี้คือตัว product หลักคือเราได้ก๊าซไปเติมรถ KST นะครับแต่ by product นะครับสิ่งแรกที่เราได้ก็คือนะครับตรงกลางก็คือกากที่ได้จากการเขาเรียกอะไรจากการที่เราไปหมักมูลสัตว์นะครับมันก็จะเป็นตะกอนนะครับแทนที่เราจะทิ้งนะครับคณะเกษตรเข้ามาช่วยเราดูนะครับแล้วก็พบว่ามันเป็นหัวเชื้ออย่างดีเลยที่จะสามารถไปผสมสูตรแล้วกลายเป็นปุ๋ยสำหรับการเล่งดอกไม้นะครับก็อันนี้เราก็เลยต่อยอดขึ้นมานะครับ by product ก็คือเราเอากากที่ได้จากการหมักก๊าซนะครับก็คณะเกษตรเขาก็จะไปคิดสูตรของการทำปุ๋ยหัวเชื้อที่พัฒนาสำหรับพวกไม้ดอกไม้ประดับนะครับby product อีกอย่างหนึ่งก็คือว่าศูนย์ที่นี่นะครับที่เรากำหนดไว้ว่าเราอยากเป็น living lab เพราะฉะนั้นก็จะเป็นพื้นที่ที่จะให้หน่วยงานต่างๆมหาวิทยาลัยนักศึกษาชุมชนนะครับเข้ามาเรียนรู้งานเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็รับแขกนะครับแล้วก็มีคนมาดูงานเป้าหมายของเราไม่อยากจะให้รู้จักเราเฉยๆนะครับเราอยากให้เขา implement เอาไอเดียของเรานะครับเข้าไปลองจัดตั้งหรือลองทำเรื่องแก้ปัญหาเรื่อง waste หรือของเสียในชุมชนสามารถให้เขาเห็นออปชันว่ามันสามารถมาทำเป็นก๊าซธรรมชาติแล้วก็มาใช้อาจจะทำในสเกลของครัวเรือนได้นะครับแล้วก็ถ้าเกิดติดปัญหาติดนู่นนี่อะไรเราก็จะยินดีเป็นพี่เลี้ยงเข้าไปดูแลนะครับคราวนี้อย่างเช่นตอนแรกที่ผมเมนชั่นไว้ว่าเป็นเรื่องของอุบัติเหตุด้วยเนาะคราวนี้เรามาดูกันว่าพอโครงการนะครับเราทำเสร็จในช่วงปลายปี 2558 นะครับว่าพอเราลองวัดผลดูจำนวนสถิตินะครับเราก็หวังในใจลึกๆแหละว่าเราอยากให้สถิติของคนที่เกิดอุบัติเหตุกับคนเสียชีวิตน้อยลงแล้วก็ไม่มีคนเสียชีวิตนะครับเพราะว่าพอเราลอนช์เปิดตัวKST วิ่งในมหาวิทยาลัยนะครับก็เราก็เก็บข้อมูลทยอยตามมาเรื่อยๆนะครับก็พอข้ามปี 2559 นะครับก็ได้ผลอย่างนี้นะครับคือมันก็พูดได้ไม่เต็มปากหรอกว่ามันเกิดผลลัพธ์มาจากเราแต่เราก็คิดว่าเราก็เป็นส่วนเล็กๆส่วนหนึ่งนะครับที่ทำให้อย่างน้อยในช่วงปี 2559 นะครับทั้งปีก็เราไม่มียอดผู้เสียชีวิตนะครับที่อยู่ในแคมปัสของเรานะครับอาจจะมีปัจจัยอื่นเป็นหลักแต่เรามองในแง่ว่าเพราะปัจจัยองค์ประกอบเล็กๆหลายๆโครงการหลายๆลักษณะร่วมกันนี่แหละความมีระเบียบวินัยของนักศึกษาด้วยการแคมเปญอะไรด้วยเราก็อาจจะเป็นส่วนเล็กส่วนหนึ่งที่พอประกอบกันเสร็จมันก็ทำให้ อย่างน้อยยอดของผู้เสียชีวิตก็ไม่เกิดขึ้นในช่วง 2559 ช่วงที่โครงการเราลอนช์ออกมานะครับอันนี้ by product อีกอย่างหนึ่งนะครับนั่นก็คือเป็นผลงานวิจัยนะครับพอโครงการเราเกิดขึ้นนะครับสำเร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับเราก็ไม่อยากให้มันเป็นแค่งานบริการวิชาการหรืองาน practice อย่างเดียวนะครับเราก็อยากจะหาช่องทางในการที่จะเผยแพร่นะครับก็เลยซัพพอร์ตนะครับให้นักศึกษาระดับบัณฑิตศึกษานะครับเข้ามาทำโครงการวิจัยนี้ก็จะเป็นโครงการต่างๆนะครับที่ทำโครงการศึกษาทั้งในแง่ของโปรเจกต์ของรถสมาร์ทบัสของเราแล้วก็โปรเจกต์ที่ทำเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ CBG นะครับแล้วก็ไปพับลิชไปตีพิมพ์ในวารสารต่างๆไปเป็นหัวข้อในการทำวิทยานิพนธ์แล้วทำให้นักศึกษาจบการศึกษาได้ก็เป็นรู้สึกภูมิใจว่าเราก็เป็นเบื้องหลังนะครับแล้วก็ที่ได้ข้อมูลจากเราไปก็ทำให้นักศึกษาประสบความสำเร็จนะครับคราวนี้พาร์ทของการส่วนที่สำคัญที่ผมเกริ่นไว้ตอนแรกก็คือพาร์ทของพาร์ทเนอร์นะครับก็คือคนที่มีส่วนร่วมในการผลักดันโครงการนี้ถึงแม้ปัญหานะครับประเด็นจุดเริ่มต้นโครงการจะเกิดขึ้นจากพื้นที่เรานะครับ policy เรา drive เป็นตัวสำคัญแต่เรามองว่าเวลา implementation นะครับส่วนสำคัญมากๆที่ทำให้โครงการประสบความสำเร็จแล้วก็มีความยั่งยืนในระยะยาวก็คือพาร์ทเนอร์นะครับเราก็เริ่มพาร์ทเนอร์ขอแยกอย่างนี้แล้วกันนะครับพาร์ทเนอร์กลุ่มแรกก็คือพาร์ทเนอร์ของกลุ่มต้นน้ำนะครับก็คือคนที่ออกทุนทรัพย์นะครับให้สำหรับฝ่ายโครงสร้างเราให้กับมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นเราในการสร้างตัวอาคารสถานี CBG ขึ้นมานะครับก็อย่างแรกเลยนะครับก็คือสำนักนโยบายและแผนพลังงานหรือ EPPO นะครับถ้าใครคุ้นชื่อเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก็จะเป็นคนที่ให้ทุนสำหรับสร้างอาคารมาโมเดลของการบริหารจัดการพลังงานนะครับก็จะมาจากสำนักงานวิจัยพลังงานนครพิงค์ของมหาวิทยาลัยเชียงใหม่ถ้าเกิดผมพูดชื่อไม่ครบขอโทษด้วยนะครับแล้วก็อีกส่วนหนึ่งก็คือบริษัทชอทวีนะครับก็คือคนที่ได้รับสัมปทานนะครับแล้วก็สร้างโมเดลของรถสมาร์ทบัส KST ขึ้นมาซึ่งโปรไวให้เรา22คันนะครับ21คันเนี่ยจะวิ่งเป็นแบ่งเป็น5สายวิ่งประจำวันส่วน1คันนี้เราจะใช้ในกรณีที่เป็นกิจการพิเศษกรณีคณะต่างๆหน่วยงานต่างๆขอให้มีการขนส่งอะไรนอกเส้นทางนะครับอันนี้ก็คือเป็นพาร์ทของต้นน้ำทำให้เราได้งบประมาณในการบริหารจัดการได้ตัวอาคารมานะครับคราวนี้กลางน้ำก็คือคนที่ดูแลเรื่องศูนย์ของ CBG เราก็จะประกอบด้วยคณะวิศวกรรมศาสตร์นะครับซึ่งมีหน่วยงานก็คือศูนย์วิจัยพลังงานทางเลือกนะครับก็จะเป็นคนที่ operation นะครับเป็นเรียกว่าเป็นโค้ชให้เราดีกว่านะครับเพราะหน่วยงานที่ดูแลเจ้าหน้าที่ประจำของเราก็มาจากกองพลังงานและสิ่งแวดล้อมสังกัดสำนักงานอธิการบดีนะครับโดยท่านผอ.นะครับเป็นคนดูแลกับทีมงานนะครับแล้วก็ถัดมานะครับคือเราก็ purpose ตัวเองไปขอตัวเขาเรียกอะไรดีสถานีจ่ายแล้วก็ถังเก็บก๊าซจากบริษัทปตท.นะครับอันนี้ก็ซ้ายมือก็เป็นภาพตอนที่ผมไปเสนอ propose project ว่าเราทำโปรเจกต์ลักษณะนี้นะครับเราอยากจะให้ทางปตท.สนับสนุนเรานะครับซึ่งท่านก็เมตตานะครับก็ถัดมาท่านก็นะครับให้ตัวปั๊มสถานีหัวจ่ายกับตัวถังเก็บก๊าซเรามานะครับก็ทำให้เราสามารถเพิ่มศักยภาพนะครับผลิตก๊าซได้มากขึ้นนะครับปลายน้ำเราก็จะเริ่มมีหน่วยงานต่างๆเข้ามาเชื่อมต่อทำมาด้วยกันก็หลักๆก็คือการศึกษาดูงานจากหน่วยงานอื่นๆนะครับเรามีบริษัทโตเกียวแก๊สซึ่งเป็นบิ๊กเนมทางด้านพลังงานก็มาดูงานแล้วก็ให้ไอเดียเราหลายอย่างเลยว่าเราจะทำงานอะไรได้ต่อนะครับแล้วก็เราพาหน่วยงานอะไรต่างๆนะครับก็จะมีพี่น้องเครือข่ายที่เราเรียกว่า Sun Thailand Sustainable University Network นะครับก็จะเป็นกลุ่มของมหาวิทยาลัยในประเทศไทยนะครับที่รองอธิการบดีฝ่ายทางด้านพลังงานและโครงสร้างพื้นฐานรวมตัวกันซึ่งตอนนี้เรามีประมาณ 30-40 มหาวิทยาลัยทั่วประเทศแล้วนะครับตอนนี้ก็เป็นตอนที่มข.และเป็นเจ้าภาพนะครับจัดการประชุมแล้วก็ทางพาขึ้นสมาร์ทบัสนะครับแล้วก็ขณะเดียวกันก็เล่าเรื่องพาไปดูโครงการที่ CBG ด้วยนะครับอันนี้ก็จะเป็นตัวที่เรา launch project ออกมานะครับเป็น contribution ของโครงการเราอยากจะต่อยอดตัวโครงการไปให้กับชุมชนให้กับหน่วยงานอะไรต่างๆนะครับแล้วก็เลยทำ publication นะครับก็เป็นตัวที่เราเปิดโครงการเมื่อวันที่โครงการนี้เริ่มวันที่1 ธันวาคม ปี 2558นะครับเดี๋ยวเรามาเปิดโครงการวันที่9นะครับร่วมกับบริษัทชทวีแล้วก็ภาพด้านล่างนะครับพอถัดมาอีกปีหนึ่งคือประมาณเดือนกุมภาพันธ์ปี 2559นะครับเราจะเห็นรถอีกคันหนึ่งเป็นสีขาวๆม่วงๆแล้วก็มีสติ๊กเกอร์สีเขียวใหญ่ๆเนี่ยนะครับก็เป็นรถสมาร์ทบัสที่ทางเทศบาลนครขอนแก่นคือพอเขาเห็นไอเดียของเราว่ามหาวิทยาลัยยังทำได้เป็นห้องทดลองในการพัฒนาpublic transportation ที่ส่งเสริมเรื่องความยั่งยืนกับโปรโมทเรื่อง alternative environment นะครับเขาก็เลยขยายผลนะครับทางเทศบาลนครขอนแก่นก็เลยทำตัวเส้นของรถบัสอีกเส้นหนึ่งที่วิ่งในเมืองนะครับแล้วก็มีจุดที่มา connect กันอยู่บริเวณที่เราเรียกว่าบึงสีฐานเดี๋ยวจะเป็นรูปสุดท้ายนะครับของ presentation ชุดนี้นะครับซึ่งเป็นจุดที่เชื่อมต่อระหว่างรถ KST ของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นมาเจอกับ Smart Bus ของทางเทศบาลนครขอนแก่นนะครับก็ทำให้คนที่เดินทางมาจากในเมืองขอนแก่นก็สามารถมาเชื่อมต่อกับในมหาวิทยาลัยได้ถ้าใช้ศัพท์ตอนนี้ก็จะเรียกว่า seamless นะครับอันนี้เพื่อนๆอาจจะสงสัยว่าเรามีเซอร์วิสเยอะแยะเลยนะครับบนรถเรามีกล้อง CCTV นะครับสำหรับตรวจสอบให้ความสบายเรื่องความปลอดภัยมี Wi-Fi บนรถนะครับฟรีมีแอปพลิเคชันที่นักศึกษาสามารถ track เส้นทางการเดินรถวางแผนการขึ้นรถได้นะครับมีวิทยุของมหาวิทยาลัย103 FM ให้บริการนะครับเวลาขึ้นรถก็มีการ์ดนะครับที่ใช้ระบบtracking นะครับทำให้เรารู้ว่ามีจำนวน user ใช้เท่าไหร่และท้ายสุดก็มี air condition ในรถด้วยนะครับราคาสักเท่าไหร่ปรากฏว่าเราบริการฟรีนะครับในมหาวิทยาลัยแต่ถ้าไปขึ้นรถสมาร์ทบัสของในเมืองก็จะเป็น15 บาทต่อคนแบบเหมาจ่ายนะครับสำหรับการต่อยอดนะครับเราก็มองเห็น potential ของโครงการนี้แหละว่าน่าจะไปต่อได้อีกนะครับอย่างแรกสิ่งที่เรามองก็คือเรื่องของเราอยากจะเพิ่มกำลังการผลิตนะครับเนื่องจากเรามีรถตั้ง22 คันนะครับตอนนี้เราเติมได้ประมาณเติมเต็มที่นี่คือคันหนึ่งนะครับเราอยากเติมมากกว่านั้นนะครับอันนี้อันที่1อันที่2ก็คือว่าเราคิดว่างานโปรเจกต์ของเรามันก็ตอบโจทย์เรื่อง circular economy ด้วยนะครับ waste ที่มาจากกระบวนการผลิตของเราเองหรือว่า waste ที่มาจากปศุสัตว์ต่างๆนะครับมันก็ถูกกลายเป็น material แล้วก็สร้าง product ผลิตภัณฑ์ service อะไรขึ้นมาใหม่ๆอย่างที่3เราอาจจะขยายผลใช้ก๊าซเป็นส่วนร่วมของการพัฒนางานวิจัยตอนนี้เรา service ให้กับรถชัตเทิลบัสอย่างเดียวนะครับคราวนี้เรามองว่าถ้ากำลังการผลิตในข้อ1เราเพิ่มขึ้นได้เราอยากจะเป็นเหมือนกับว่าเป็นgas station service สำหรับงานวิจัยทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์ทางด้านเทคโนโลยีทางด้านการแพทย์ที่ต้องการใช้แก๊สก็จะสามารถคือเราจะ provide ให้เขานะครับถัดมาก็คือว่าอย่างที่เป็น living lab ก็คือว่าเราอยากจะพัฒนาคนที่มีความสนใจทางด้านของเทคโนโลยีพลังงานสะอาดนะครับทางด้านความยั่งยืนให้เราเป็นหนึ่งในห้องเรียนเป็นแหล่งความรู้นอกห้องเรียนอย่างนี้ดีกว่าเนาะแล้วก็ให้นักศึกษาให้ชุมชนมาเรียนรู้นะครับแล้วก็เชื่อว่าเราจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ทำให้เขามีความรู้มีสกิลที่ดีขึ้นนะครับส่วนข้อ5เราได้ความกรุณานะครับมาจากคณะเศรษฐศาสตร์ท่านก็จะช่วยในการคิดมาร์เก็ตติ้งว่าเราจะต่อยอดหรือว่าจะขายตัวสินค้าที่เป็นตัวปุ๋ยนะครับตอนนี้ถ้าเกิดเราได้โปรดักต์ที่ดีแล้วก็ต้องมีมาร์เก็ตติ้งที่ดีด้วยท่านก็จะมาช่วยวางแผนให้เรานะครับแล้วก็ถัดไปข้อ6คือตอนนี้มันมีน้ำเสียนะครับที่มาจากคณะแล้วก็ที่อยู่อาศัยของหน่วยงานต่างๆจากบ้านพักนะครับเราก็อยากจะเอามารวมเข้ามาในระบบของท่อที่เรารวบรวมของเสียมาจากโรงเลี้ยงสัตว์ทั้ง2โรงนะครับเราก็คิดว่าถ้าเกิดเราได้ระบบน้ำเสียเนี่ยก็จะมีเวสที่เกิดจากน้ำเสียน้อยลงเข้ามาในระบบเราก็จะได้แมททีเรียลในการที่ผลิตก๊าซมากขึ้นนะครับอันนี้ก็จะเป็นรูปสุดท้ายนะครับที่เป็นตัวของเขาเรียกอะไร บริเวณที่เรียกบึงสีฐานที่เป็นจุดเชื่อมต่อที่ผมเล่าให้ฟังตั้งแต่แรกว่าชัตเทิลบัสของเมืองกับที่มหาวิทยาลัยมาเจอกันที่นี่นะครับน่าจะมีเวลาเหลือประมาณ 3-4 นาทีผมอาจจะขออนุญาตให้ชมวิดีโอสั้นๆสักนิดหนึ่งนะครับอาจจะได้เคลียร์เป็นตัวสรุปรวบยอดของการพูดของผมในวันนี้ไปในตัวด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวขออนุญาต stop share แล้วก็เดี๋ยวแชร์วิดีโอแป๊บหนึ่งนะครับเดี๋ยวนะผมต้องแชร์สกรีนโอเคคิดว่าทุกท่านเห็นนะครับอันนี้ก็ใช้เวลาประมาณสัก4 นาทีครับ
จากตัวเมืองเราเข้าไปดูในมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นกันค่ะเพราะว่าที่นี่ก็มีสมาร์ทบัสเหมือนกันแถมยังมีใช้ก่อนในตัวเมืองซะอีกซึ่งก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งของแผนการพัฒนามหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นให้เป็น Green and Smart Campus สิ่งที่แตกต่างจาก Smart City Bus ในเมืองคือรถที่ให้บริการในมหาวิทยาลัยนั้นไม่เก็บเงินค่ะว่าแต่ Smart Bus เกี่ยวข้องอะไรกับการส่งเสริมให้มหาวิทยาลัยเป็นพื้นที่สีเขียวเราไปฟังคำตอบกันค่ะที่บอกว่ารักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมแต่ว่าเชื้อเพลิงต้องต่างกับแบบเดิม
ถูกต้องครับเราใช้ก๊าซธรรมชาติ NGV ที่เราผลิตในมหาลัยครับก๊าซแหล่งที่มาของก๊าซธรรมชาติก็คือมูลไก่กับมูลสุกรครับผม
คือเป็นสัตว์ที่ทางมหาวิทยาลัยเลี้ยงไว้เอง
ที่คณะเกษตรศาสตร์ถูกครับแต่ละปีเนี่ยนะครับเราเลี้ยงสัตว์เหล่านี้จำนวนมากเพราะว่านักศึกษาได้ practice ได้ฝึกฝนเรื่องเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของปศุสัตว์ครับคราวนี้เกิด waste ก็คือเกิดมูลนี้จำนวนมากคราวนี้ส่งกลิ่นเหม็นเราต้องมีวิธีการเราต้องจัดการขยะให้เป็นศูนย์ด้วยนี่คือ policy นะครับเราเลยนำขยะนี้มาต่อยอดในการผลิตเป็นก๊าซธรรมชาติแล้วมาเติมในรถชัตเทิลบัสครับผม
เพราะว่ารถชัตเทิลบัสสมาร์ทบัสที่ใช้อยู่ทุกวันนี้ทุกคันใช้เชื้อเพลิงที่ผลิตเองในมหาวิทยาลัย
ตอนนี้เรามี1 คันเพราะกำลังการผลิตเรายังไม่สูงนะครับเราผลิตได้ประมาณวันละ100 กิโลกรัมซึ่งพอสำหรับรถ1 คันครับที่วิ่งได้200 กิโลเมตรต่อวันครับ
แล้วประโยชน์ในแง่อื่นๆที่เกิดจากการใช้สมาร์ทบัสล่ะคะ
ครับคอนเซ็ปต์ของสมาร์ทบัสคือบริการขนส่งที่ทันสมัยแล้วก็ใส่ใจสิ่งแวดล้อมเพราะนั้นคีย์เวิร์ดคำแรกก็คือเรื่องการขนส่งทันสมัยตัวนี้เป็นตัวที่ทำให้สมาร์ทบัสแตกต่างจากรถรุ่นอื่นและก็แตกต่างจากรถบัสที่อื่นๆนะครับก็คือความทันสมัยเนี่ยเป็นตัวที่เป็นตัวชูเรื่องคอนเซ็ปต์ Green and Smart Campus ของมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นเรามีการขนส่งนะครับที่บริการสิ่งต่างๆที่เข้ากับคนรุ่นใหม่นะครับบนรถเรามีบริการ Wi-Fi นะครับเรามี GPS ที่ติดตามรถทุกคันนักศึกษาที่ขึ้นรถสามารถใช้บัตรของตัวเองเนี่ยนะครับสแกนผ่านเครื่องนะครับโดยระบบ RFID โดยทำให้รู้ว่ามีสถิติคนที่ขึ้นรถในแต่ละวันเท่าไหร่ครับนักศึกษาคนไหนที่ขึ้นรถเยอะสุดท้ายปีเรามีรางวัลซัพพอร์ตเพื่อเป็นแรงจูงใจเข้ามาใช้บริการของเราครับก็จะมีการแข่งขันกันสนุกสนานนะครับนอกจากนี้บนรถเรามี CCTV มี Wi-Fi ที่บริการฟรีมีสถานีวิทยุของมหาวิทยาลัย103นะครับที่บริการนักศึกษาสามารถ access ข้อมูลเหล่านี้ได้หมดเลยนะครับโดยสามารถไปโหลดแอปพลิเคชันนะครับขอนแก่น Transit นะครับท่านนี้ครับท่านก็จะมีแล้วก็จะได้เห็นแมปคือแผนที่โชว์ข้อมูลเรียลไทม์รู้ว่ามีรถคันไหนที่จะเข้ามาที่จุดจอดของตัวเองจะมาถึงในกี่นาทีนะครับแล้วก็จุดที่นักศึกษาอยู่เช่นห้องสมุดอยู่ห่างจากจุดจอดระยะกี่เมตรเขาจะวางแผนชีวิตได้หมดเลยซึ่งจากการใช้ตัวแอปพลิเคชันที่เราพัฒนาขึ้นมาครับ
แอปพลิเคชันนี้นะคะมีชื่อว่า KK Transit พอเปิดขึ้นมาเราจะเห็นเส้นทางการเดินรถทั้งหมดรวมถึงตำแหน่งของรถแต่ละคันด้วยว่าอยู่จุดไหนกันแล้วทีนี้ลองแตะไปที่ลูกศรแต่ละอันนะคะซึ่งหมายถึงรถโดยสารก็จะมีข้อมูลขึ้นมาค่ะเป็นหมายเลขของรถรูปแล้วก็ชื่อของคนขับมีทะเบียนรถยนต์รวมถึงความเร็วของรถด้วยแล้วถ้าอยากจะรู้เส้นทางเดินรถทั้งหมดก็ไม่ยากค่ะให้ไปกดที่คำว่า route ที่อยู่ขวามือสุดด้านล่างนะคะอันนี้จะมีรายละเอียดทุกอย่างค่ะทั้งราคาค่าโดยสารนะคะ15 บาทตลอดสายส่วนเด็กและนักเรียนนั้นเหลือ10 บาทค่ะนอกจากนี้ก็ยังบอกเวลาให้บริการอย่างละเอียดยิบเลย แล้วในแอปนี้นะคะยังมีเส้นทางเดินรถในมหาวิทยาลัยขอนแก่นให้ดูด้วยเพราะว่ารถโดยสารจากในเมืองจะวนเข้าไปส่งผู้โดยสารด้านหน้ามหาวิทยาลัยซึ่งตรงจุดนั้นผู้โดยสารสามารถเปลี่ยนรถไปรอขึ้นรถของมหาวิทยาลัยได้เลยค่ะ
ค่าของเชื้อเพลิงก็จะเป็นมูลสุกรนะครับส่งมาก็จะมาหมักโดยที่ถังจากหมักได้ตัวกราฟเสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วก็มาทำให้มันเชียร์ไฟโดยเครื่องตัวนี้เครื่องสีฟ้ามันจะเป็นตัวเอาซัมเปอร์ก็จะส่งต่อเข้ามาที่เครื่องส่วนนี้ก็จะเอาชื้นเอาคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์ออกแล้วเราใช้ระบบห้องควบคุมที่เราอยู่ตรงนี้นะครับซึ่งเป็นระบบคอมพิวเตอร์หมดเลยเพราะฉะนั้นตัวสถานีเราใช้คนที่2 คนสำหรับดูแล24 ชั่วโมงคอมพิวเตอร์ก็จะมีหน้าจอพรีเซนต์ว่าตอนนี้สถานะการทำงานของแต่ละจุดเป็นยังไงบ้างนะครับแล้วก็ได้เกณฑ์มาตรฐานของเราเรียบร้อยค่าต่างๆมันจะต้องมีค่าวัดออกมาพอผ่านเครื่องนี้เสร็จเราก็จะได้ก๊าซที่มันสะอาดสำหรับเติมได้ครับก็เป็นหมูแม่พันธุ์ครับนี่ก็มันจะเลี้ยงรอบหนึ่งประมาณ 4-5 เดือนครับครับพอเขาโตขึ้นได้อายุเราก็จะขายเป็นตัวเงี้ยคือเราไม่ได้เอาไปฆ่านะครับเราให้เกษตรกรก็เป็นพ่อแม่พันธุ์เราจะเทรนคือเราจะเทรนหมูพันธุ์ดีให้เราจะขายต่อ
แสดงว่ามูลของสุกรก็คือนักศึกษาก็ต้องมาโกยทุกวัน
ใช่ครับที่เขาจะได้ practice ด้วยว่าวิธีบริหารจัดการฟาร์มมันทำยังไง
มันจะดูกระบวนการแบบจบทุกขั้นตอน
ขอบคุณมากครับ
นอกจากนี้ในมหาวิทยาลัยก็ยังมีรถจักรยานที่ให้บริการผ่านแอปพลิเคชัน
ขอบพระคุณอาจารย์หนึ่งนะคะผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.กฤตภัทร ถาปาลบุตรนะคะเห็น Smart Bus ของ KKU ขอนแก่น University แล้วอยากให้วิ่งทั่วประเทศไทยกันเลยทีเดียวค่ะอยากให้ทุกมหาวิทยาลัยในประเทศไทยนะคะมีบัสแบบนี้นะคะไม่น่าเชื่อเลยว่ามีทั้งระบบ GPS นะคะมีแอปพลิเคชันติดตามมี Wi-Fi มีแอร์มีคลื่นวิทยุต่างๆนะคะแล้วก็ยังมี Solar Roof ที่สามารถนำไฟจากแสงอาทิตย์เนี่ยมาใช้ในช่วงกลางคืนที่บัสสต็อปได้สุดยอดมากเลยค่ะอาจารย์ฟังแล้วรู้สึกใช่ค่ะอยากจะไปที่ขอนแก่นนะตอนนี้เลยค่ะขอบพระคุณอาจารย์นะคะ Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Kitapatr, Dhabhalabutr, for telling us about the innovative technology, which is the KKU Smart Bus. It is a smart program. It is a smart bus, which is free for every user in the campus of Khon Kaen University, and it uses the natural gas from biogas from the livestock manure. And also it has the solar rooftop on the roof, which will collect the sunlight in the daytime and convert into electricity for the bus station at the nighttime. It's really amazing. และในลำดับถัดไปนะคะจะเป็นการบรรยายจากวิทยากรท่านสุดท้ายนะคะในวันนี้ค่ะเราได้รับเชิญจากศาสตราจารย์นะคะ Fotios จาก University of Sheffield ค่ะในวันนี้นะคะอาจารย์จะมาบรรยายให้เราฟังเกี่ยวกับเกณฑ์นะคะในการออกแบบนะคะว่าจะต้องมีความเหมาะสมแล้วก็ใช้ทรัพยากรอย่างยั่งยืนมากที่สุดค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Steve Fotios from University of Sheffield.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm saying good morning from Sheffield because it's very early in the morning here. But I think good afternoon to everybody in Thailand, and thank you very much for asking me to join your conference. I conduct research in Sheffield, usually about lighting, and what I'm going to talk about here is how we should use one way of using good research to promote sustainable use of resources. So I'm going to start by drawing a graph. And on this graph, I'm going to look at the level of a service installed and compare that with the benefit we receive. And what we're expecting is a graph like this. So the greater the level of service installed, the greater the benefit we receive. A problem is, though, that as well as receiving greater benefit, a greater service level also brings an increase in the unwanted consequences. Now, the topic I deal in is road lighting, typically road lighting for pedestrians. So these are to give you an idea of the context of my work, these are some examples of residential roads in Sheffield. And these are minor roads, residential roads, where we would install lighting for the needs of pedestrians. So in the middle of this photograph on the right, you can see the lamppost. This is what I'm talking about, road lighting. So if I return to my graph, if I'm talking about road lighting, then level of service I might describe with illuminance in lux, the amount of light. The benefits are the needs of pedestrians. So this can include their reassurance, their feeling of that it's safe to walk, their ability to detect trip hazards, and crash reduction. The unwanted consequences include things such as the use of energy, or pollution of dark skies, or unwanted impact on the nocturnal environment. So bearing in mind these consequences, what we often have, what we're faced with, is pressure to reduce the consequences, to reduce energy, to reduce light pollution, to reduce unwanted nocturnal impact. But we have to be careful. If we reduce it too far, what we might end up doing is using an illuminance or service level that's too small to bring the intended benefits. And we've got a risk there that we might be providing a service, but not providing enough and giving a false confidence of safety. So what we're looking for is some kind of optimum that balances the benefit we receive and the consequences. I'm going to describe that here as, rather than a single point, as a fuzzy area. Probably because there generally isn't a single point. There'll be a small band of values which might be just about right. I'm going to call this area sufficient. And that is sufficient to provide for the benefits, but no more than that. I'm avoiding providing too little light because that doesn't bring the benefits and therefore it's a waste of energy. I'm aiming not to provide too much light because that is not necessary, because in many cases it doesn't bring an increase in return in the benefits. So what I've shown here is a very simple straight line graph, but probably we have a more complex arrangement like this, a complex relationship, which we sometimes might simplify to something like this. And this does give us a better demonstration of where the optimum is. We can see that on the left of this graph, the left segment, a reduction from this point here means, a reduction in the lumens means we get a massive reduction in the level of service. So we should avoid this area. On the right-hand side of that transition point, higher illuminance brings no increase in benefits. So that would be telling us this point here is the optimal illuminance for this condition. Now, good science should be helping us to identify this point. And the focus of my presentation is largely my suspicion that we do not have sufficiently good science at the minute. So this is a survey of light levels for interior illumination. This is a somewhat old survey. It was conducted in 1990 or reported in 1990, but it raises the point. This was a survey of recommendations for light levels in offices for different tasks in a range of countries. I think this is just a subset of those countries, but what we can see in any one of these columns, we have massive inconsistency. Different countries suggesting a need for different light levels. Now, if the data were based on solid science and an awareness of vision doesn't change between nations, then I'd expect to see a much greater consistency here. And I'm going to highlight one extreme example. In Sweden, their recommendation was 100 lux. In Brazil, it was up to 1,000 lux. And that means that difference will give us a log increase in response to light. We might think it was brighter, but it involves a 10-fold increase in energy consumption. Now that's a massive difference, and that suggests to me something strange is going on. If we look at light levels recommended for pedestrians, and I'm going to show you the history of light levels recommended that would apply to the UK. So in 1992, the British standard said we should have 3 classes of lighting. And for each of those classes, we have increasing amounts of light, 3 to 6 to 10 illuminance lux. The next standard was in 1995, and instead of 3 classes, this one now has 6. And instead of going from 3.5 to 10 lux, it goes from 1.5 to 20. So this is a CIE European standard. So the intention here was to compass not just Britain, but the wider European countries. So we've got a much greater range of light levels. The next version, this is in 2003, the European standard. Well, it's still got 6 levels, but they don't have such a wide range as that of the CIE document. And then in 2010, the new CIE document, that matched precisely the 2003 European document. The problem is, to the best of my knowledge, there is very little, if any, evidence for any of these light levels. My best guess is these are a mix of science, of consensus amongst the committee, and politics amongst the committee. We have very little basis. So it could be, if we take the most recent standard, the 2010 standard from CIE, it could be that 2 lux, the lowest light level suggested, it could be this is already sufficient for all cases of pedestrian lighting. We don't know. On the other hand, it may be that 15 lux is still not sufficient to optimally meet pedestrian needs. We do not know. So for me, this is the approach of science. Our aim as a research scientist should be to establish optimal criteria. And to do that, we need to make sure our research evidence is robust. The problem is, in the topics I study, I think that frequently that is not the case. So what I'm going to be doing now is giving you some examples to demonstrate where I have found the research evidence is not robust and maybe misleading us. So I'm going to start off by describing an experiment. And this is an experiment called illuminance adjustment. So the test subject would have a dial like the one shown on the left, and they would be asked to adjust the level of lighting, so dim it up or dim it down. They would adjust the level of lighting perhaps to something like their preferred level. So they would be asked to adjust this to a level, maybe their preferred level or the optimal brightness or something like that. This has been used in some experiments. I'm going to start with a conclusion from one experiment. And this was conducted in a workplace, and it suggested, the conclusion of this paper was, test results show that people prefer 1,750 lux in their workplace. Now, that is a surprising result because it is much higher than any of the light levels I showed you on my previous screen, showing light levels across different nations. It's much higher than 500 lux, which is broadly a very common light level for workplaces. So these results are saying, wow, we need a whole lot more light. That is quite surprising. But then I look at this experiment and I noticed something. The dial, the dimming dial, has a range, which means it has a lowest level and a highest level. And if we look at range that was available to people in that experiment, we can see it goes from 1,000 to 3,380 lux. And with a slight bit of maths in your head, you will see that 1,750 is exactly in the middle of that range. So to be sure, one end of that dimming dial could reduce down to 100 lux. The maximum was 3,380, and the middle region of that would be somewhere very close to 1,750. So this is not setting a preference. This is setting or identifying the middle of the range. Now I'm going to show you another experiment which revealed that. This is a very strange experiment for people in lighting. This was a study of anaesthetists. So this was comparing lights for looking down people's throats to help diagnose medical problems. And these are the optimal illuminants that were reported in that study. And it says for lamp A, we only need 180 lux, whereas for lamps B and C, we need over 1,000 lux. So the conclusion must be lamp A is amazingly brilliant because we only need a small amount of light. That must be the conclusion. But again, if we look at the ranges available, lamp A could only go to 327 lux, whereas lamps B and C could be set to anything up to 2,500 lux. So on one hand, this was not a fair experiment in the first place. Secondly, we can see that in each case, the reported average is the center of the available range. This is a problem I found if we do anything with illuminance adjustment. And in all the studies I've found, I get the same finding. So this is just a comparison of 9 different studies, and this was based on a review I did in 2010. The vertical lines, the perhaps error bars, show the range available with the dimming dial. Small red circles show us the mean setting that was reported in that experiment. And we can see that in every one of these 9 studies, apart from number 4, which is a very odd one, that we get the mean setting is pretty much the middle of the range. So if we have a higher range, if we allow our participants to set a high level, some of them will, and we will end up reporting a higher mean setting. And that is biasing our results. I'm going to move now to a different type of experiment. This is a very common approach to research, where we will ask people to tick or indicate how happy or pleasant they find an environment using a category rating scale. And in this case, my examples are about visual clarity. So this is one experiment from Vrabel et al. In 1998, where they asked people to describe the quality of a room on a scale of hazy to clear. And here they might have circled the number 6. There's another approach. Rather than a semantic differential scale, we can use single items. So in this second study, people are asked, mark your impressions of this room. So for clear, they might have said very much so. For hazy, they might have ticked that option. So this is category rating. I'm going to show you a couple of problems with category rating. I'm going to do this first of all with a different example. This is something any of you who are academics or teachers might be familiar with. And this is at the end of a teaching course, you might ask your students to evaluate the lectures. So here, this is a student evaluation of building services lectures, which is something I teach. And they have a series of questions such as, how clearly are the lectures presented? And here they had 5 options, very good to very poor. And these were their results. So we can see some of the students thought I was good and some thought I was average, a few very good, very poor. Now these are important. These are important bits of information because it might tell me how good my lectures were that year if I was trying a different mode of delivery. It might tell my boss whether or not I am worthy of a pay rise or a promotion. So we want to make sure these are good data. Now I'm going to show you the context of these first of all. This was student evaluations at the end of semester 1 in their second year. So the building services lectures are delivered in their second year, and these data are from 2008. These ratings were captured at the end of semester 1. Now there's a problem here in that the lectures were not delivered until semester 2. So these results were obtained by mistake. The students were asked to evaluate a lecture series, yet even though they had not yet had that lecture series and they hadn't had any lectures on this topic or any lectures from me, they still evaluated the quality of my lectures, something which is impossible to do. Yet they still did it. Now, we also asked them to evaluate the lectures after they had the lectures, which should have been when it happened. And this reveals a second problem. The results are almost identical. So here we have the 2 results side by side. On the left, their student evaluations before the lectures when they had no information upon which to base it. On the right, student evaluations of the lectures after the lectures when they did have some information on which to base it, and we can see there is almost no difference. So we can come up with loads of interpretations of this. Partly it says if you want to get good feedback, don't bother doing the lectures because it makes no difference. Second, perhaps more importantly, it shows a central tendency in responses, and this is overriding any input of informed experience in those evaluations. The one I'm thinking of here, my interpretation is people will respond even when they have no experience on which to give a credible response. And I think this is a really common problem with a lot of surveys where people will respond, yet we do not know, and we probably don't ask them if they have any experience on which to base that evaluation. They will give it anyway. And as researchers who are very busy and have many things to do, we will be happy to take their results and use them. We should apply more caution. I'm going to return to that first slide describing these results and raise another problem. And this example, I said one of the questions was, how clearly are the lectures presented? But we didn't say what we meant by clearly or what the focus should be. It could be something to do with slide quality, the resolution of my images. It could be speech quality. It could be information quality. We don't know. I'll return to the studies of visual clarity. So this is two examples, but there are many where people have measured visual clarity. I'd like to ask you to think, what is visual clarity? What does it mean? And I will admit that I do not really know. And I don't think that's a common situation. I've studied this. First of all, I try to think, what would the experts say visual clarity means? How do we define visual clarity? So by experts, I mean the authors of research papers. So I found some where they said visual clarity is another term for spatial brightness. Okay, so another word for brightness. That's okay. Then I would ask why we need a different term for it. We should always use the term spatial brightness to be consistent. But on the other hand, I found another group of experts or authors who said it's not spatial brightness, it's something totally different. And here we've got things like color contrast or distinctness of detail. Now, if the experts don't agree, how should naive test participants interpret it? And are they interpreting visual clarity in the same way as the experts believe it should be? Well, I've looked at this in terms of test responses. So these are responses by people who we might consider naive because they are the general public. And in these few graphs, what I've done is plot ratings for brightness and clarity. So in this first graph, you can see the squares are ratings of brightness. The diamonds are ratings of visual clarity. And for the 5 lamp types shown in this graph, the ratings are almost identical. A second example, and I've looked through as many of these as I can find, and I've always find the same conclusion, that apart from odd cases like lamp number 1 in this graph, then the ratings of clarity and brightness are always nearly identical. Lastly, the study from Boyce, who had, I think, 19 different lamp pairs. Here we can see very similar condition. Apart from a couple of cases, brightness and clarity have the same rating. And if we do a mega analysis of this, we come up with a graph like this, which shows a pretty good straight line fit. And what this says is we might be asking participants about visual clarity, but they're answering about something entirely different. Here, possibly brightness, because that's a more fundamental attribute. So when we're looking for robust evidence, we've got a problem. The experimental data may be flawed. I'm going to show another problem. This is interpretation of experimental results. And this was a study from 1969. And this study was carried out to demonstrate the benefits of the color right lamp. And this was a new lamp produced by a lighting company that was said to have better properties. Now, in this experiment, they had a pair of boxes that were side by side. So we can see in this diagram, one is bluish and one is reddish. This is my diagram, but by the way, not their actual apparatus. The color right lamp was in the left-hand side, and you could dim it, and you would dim it so it matched in visual clarity the right-hand side. So you would adjust the left-hand side with the color right lamp until it matched in visual clarity, the same appearance as a lamp in the right-hand side. And in that right-hand side, they varied it. They had one of 3 different reference lamps. These were common lamps at the time, daylight, warm white, and white fluorescent lamps. And they set those to one of 3 reference light levels, 200, 400, and 800 lux. I'm going to show you the kind of results they were getting. So here's my results table. So what I'm going to show in the yellow box in this area is the median illuminances of the color-right lamp when the reference lamp was one of these 3 lamps set to one of these 3 light levels. So first of all, when the daylight lamp was set to 200 lux, the median illuminance of the color-right was 170. The color-right has got a lower illuminance for equal visual clarity, so therefore it is a better lamp. If we move next to the warm white lamp, when that was set to 200 lux, the color-right was dimmed to 130 lux. So again, the color-right lamp looks good. Now I'm going to fill in all the rest of the results. What I'd like you to see though is that in any horizontal line, the color-right lamp is always lower than the reference illuminance. So in this middle row, the color-right lamp is always set lower than 400 lux. So that is suggesting the color-right lamp is better. And that is a conclusion that was drawn by the authors. The color-right lamp is better than other fluorescent lamps. But there's a problem with this experiment. The dimming was applied only to the color-right lamp. And the color-right lamp was always in the left-hand booth. Neither of these features of experimental design were counterbalanced. So that gives us 2 alternative explanations. First of all, it could be the adjusted lamp was always set to the lower illuminance, a conservatism in the way we use a dimming dial. Or it could be a position bias. The left-hand side is always set to the lower illuminance. And these 2 explanations are as equally valid or as equally supported by the data as is the conclusion favoured by the original authors. They're not such exciting conclusions, but they are equally valid, but were not reported. So my second problem with establishing robust evidence is the results may be incorrectly or incompletely explained. I'm going to move on to another problem. Now, this is a well-known graph. This is called the Kruithof curve of pleasing lighting. And what this shows is on the x-axis along bottom, it shows changes in color temperature from warm white to cool white lighting. On the vertical axis, we have light levels. And what this graph was intended to show was that high illuminance is best combined with high CCT. So you were supposed to use combinations of color temperature and illuminance, which put you into the white comfortable region of this graph, this middle portion. And you were supposed to avoid combinations that put you in the gray uncomfortable areas. Is that true? Well, in the original 1941 study, we don't know. We have no idea how that graph was drawn. We don't know what experiment was done. We don't know which light sources or number of light sources. We don't know the number of test participants. We don't even know the results. But despite those limitations, this graph or versions of it have appeared everywhere in design guidance. It's a widespread, or at least it was until recently, a widespread rule. Now that is crazy. If we don't know where something comes from, we shouldn't be using it. So what I did was I did a literature review and I looked for every study I could find which was addressing this kind of question, the effect of combinations of illuminance and color temperature on the pleasantness or preference for different kinds of lighting. I searched every paper I could find. I applied what I think are reasonable rules of scientific credibility, such as things like counterbalancing the order in which test conditions are revealed. And I came up with this small list of papers which I thought met that criteria. From those papers, I looked to see the conclusions I could draw. And these were my main conclusions. And when I use those conclusions to redraw the graph, I get that shape. And this shows, being a flat line, this shows color temperature has no effect on the pleasantness or preference for different light sources. That is an entirely different conclusion to the original Kruithof graph. And it's showing that if you had used the Kruithof graph, you would have been misleading, or you would have been installing something that didn't have a sound basis. It wouldn't have the effect you intended. So on the right, that shows what happens when we try to establish robust evidence. I'm going to got a last example now, and this is road lighting and crime. Now I'm going to start with a study. This is from Welch and Farrington in 2008, and this is a systematic review. So a systematic review is where the authors would gather every paper they could find on the topic. They would set inclusion criteria to try and establish credible data. And after doing that, they ended up with 13 studies of road lighting and crime, and those were from the UK and the US. And their conclusion from this review was that street lighting reduces crime levels by 20%. And this is a reduction in experimental areas where lighting was improved compared to control areas where there was no change in lighting. So a reduction in crime levels by 20%. That sounds great. Within that, it's not straightforward though. They report that in 3 of their 13 studies, crime increased after improving street lighting. Not statistically significant, but it did suggest an increase. So that's quite interesting. It's not clearly straightforward that lighting reduces crime. Even so, the guidance you will see from lighting is that good road lighting discourages crime against the person and property. And even more, the same sort of guidance will say residential lighting is therefore often installed or upgraded as a measure against crime. So there is an assumption that if we install road lighting or we improve existing road lighting, that we will have some preferential impact on crime, that we will reduce crime. Is that really the case? Well, I'm going to look at some different studies. So I'm starting again with that systematic review from Welch and Farrington. I'm going to add to that a more recent study by Chalfin et al., which looked at temporary road lighting in New York, which improved the brightness in a number of areas. Welch and Farrington, as I've already said, that they found street lighting reduced crime by 20%. Chalfin et al., who improved road lighting with their temporary installations, they found outdoor nighttime crimes were reduced by 36%. So these studies say if we improve the road lighting, which generally means a higher light level, then we reduce crime. But now I'm going to show another study, Steinbeck et al. And this study was conducted in the UK to see the effect of energy saving strategies being used in the UK. And 2 specific strategies were dimming the lighting, so setting a lower light level, or even switching it off in the middle of the night. So between about 11:30 at night and 5:30 in the morning, light levels were either dimmed or the lighting was switched off. Now, rather than it improved lighting, which the top 2 studies say reduces crime, this study reduced the lighting. So we would therefore expect an increase in crime if the first 2 studies are correct. But we find no significant effects on crime. Now, unfortunately, these 2 studies seem to be favourably reported. So in the studies which say lighting reduces crime, the conclusion of course, lighting is good. We should install more of it. But then if we turn it off at night to save energy, the next conclusion is, well, it doesn't really matter if we switch it off to save energy. Now that can't be right. Well, there are some cases where it can be correct. It may be that crime cases between 11:30 and 5:30 are so small, so few, that it doesn't really matter. But I'm not sure if that is the case. I think it's more convenience of interpretation. Now I'm going to show one more study for road lighting and crime, which I think helps explain this. This was a study by Davis and Farrington in 2020. They looked at 2 towns in the UK. They were again looking at energy saving measures. So this is switching off the light halfway through the night. And what they found was an increase in burglary and vehicle crime, but a decrease in violence and no effect on criminal damage. So what they're saying is it depends on the crime type. So whereas Welch and Farrington and Chalfin et al. Say outdoor improved road lighting, reduced crime. That is an overall amount, and within that, it may have reduced some crimes by more than 20%, but reduced crimes or even increased crimes for other types of crime. So we can't say overall, it's probably not safe to say overall that lighting reduces crime. It's going to depend on factors such as the type of crime and probably the location. And this leads to the last of my three criteria for establishing robust evidence, and my thoughts on this. A change in lighting may not have significant influence on the assumed benefit. So a change in CCT does not change pleasantness or preference for lighting, as the Krutoff graph suggested. An improvement in lighting may not lead to the reduction in crime that was expected. So what level of service should be provided? Our task as researchers is to make sure we provide data leading to robust estimates of optimal criteria. We want the optimal level of service to be sufficient to bring the intended benefits, but not greater than that. If we provide more light than is really needed, we're increasing the consequences in terms of, for road lighting, this would be energy use, it would be sky glow, it would be a negative impact on the natural environment. So what do I do about this? I look at lighting for pedestrians. I've been looking at this for about 20 years and I've done a range of work. So we use eye tracking to find out where it is pedestrians tend to look. That tells us something about what is important to pedestrians. Two things that are important to pedestrians are detecting trip hazards and evaluating other people. So we've done a series of experiments saying how do changes in lighting affect these tasks. We've looked at road traffic collisions. We've looked at the effect of lighting on crime. We've looked at the effect of lighting on the number of people who choose to walk. We've also done similar studies for cyclists. And then we use these data to inform national and international guidance for lighting. Now I'm going to finish by looking at one of these topics, the detection of trip hazards. This is an experiment I might use to measure the effect of changes in lighting on trip hazards. And this is a box where I can change the lighting, its spectrum and its intensity. I have people looking through a small aperture in the box, and I ask them to tell me whether or not they can see an obstacle that is raised. In this particular experiment, I used 3 different types of lamp. I used 3 light levels and I used 2 age groups. And this is the kind of results I was getting. I'm not expecting you to understand those results, but I'm going to raise a question of robustness afterwards. So in this graph, what it is showing is on the y-axis, it tells us as we go higher up the graph that we can see smaller obstacles, and we can see smaller obstacles if we have higher light levels. Smaller obstacles can also be detected by young people, the dashed lines in that graph, than by older people, the solid lines in that graph. It also tells us something about lamp type. And here I characterize my lamps by the SP ratio, which is a property of their day to nighttime visual capabilities. And it tells us we can detect smaller obstacles when using lighting of higher SP ratio. So for the old and young groups, the lamp of low SP ratio is not as good as a lamp of high SP ratio. And my question is, should you believe these results? Are these findings sufficiently robust? Should I take the findings from this experiment and suggest that they are used to inform design guidance? In this particular graph, we might say this region around here, which was 2 lux, that's the optimum light level for performance of trip hazard detection. Should we believe these? And the answer should always be no if it's just one experiment. What we need to look for is testing by replication. So in this example, I conducted a first experiment, which is where I drew this graph. I then repeated that experiment using a different sample of observers and a different range of light levels, and I got the same conclusion. a repeated experiment after building a new apparatus so I could test trip hazard detection in a different configuration, different light sources, different observers, and I reached the same conclusion. I've studied the same question instead of by experiment, by looking at what people need for walking. And here we were looking at foot clearance needed for safe walking, and I reached the same conclusion. I've tested aspects of methodology. Does it matter whether we're looking at a raised or lowered trip hazard? And I reached the same conclusion. And finally, I've looked at the effect of multitasking. So in many experiments, we might just ask people to focus on this one thing, but in reality, you're doing many things as a pedestrian. And I reached the same conclusion. So my question is, are these findings sufficiently robust? Well, there are 6 studies which each reached the same conclusion, but with variations in approach. So that gives us some confidence these particular results are robust. So as I've said, I've used these results to inform national standards, in my case, a British standard. And this is showing the impact of good evidence for optimal lighting design. So originally in the British standard, we had 6 lighting classes. They had illuminances from 2 to 15 lux. And clearly the higher the illuminance, then the higher the energy consumption. And in 2003, before I started work, we used the whole range. But with successive, following research and with successive versions of the British standard, we've been able to reduce that, first of all, in 2013 down to make the top limit 10 lux. And in 2020, we've reduced it further still. So what this is showing, robust and credible evidence has influenced design standards. This is promoting lower light levels and hence lower energy. And for me, this is an approach to sustainable design. If we can provide good evidence being robust and repeatable, then we can positively influence design standards to use less energy, which is an approach to sustainable design. So I'm going to finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Steve Fotios.
Thank you.
We have learned a lot about how to set criteria that should be optimal for the best use of energy. And we have learned that sometimes we do the test without having experience, and that we should not trust every evaluation test or any study without checking the credibility of that research and studies. Thank you very much for reminding us that. And next will be the exclusive Q&A session, where we're fortunate to have our 6 guest speakers in the afternoon session. We have Professor Sheng Han and Dr. Hyung Min, and also we have Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag. We have Professor Dr. Vilas Nitivattananon, and also we have Assistant Professor Dr. Kitapatr Dhabhalabutr, and lastly, Professor Steve Fotios will be with us. และตอนนี้นะคะก็เข้าสู่ช่วง Q&A นะคะเป็นช่วงการถามคำถามวิทยากรนะคะซึ่งเราได้รวบรวมคำถามมาจากท่านผู้ชมแล้วค่ะและคำถามแรกนะคะขออนุญาตถามค่ะ Professor Sheng Han ค่ะ May I ask you the first question? This is for Professor Sheng Han. The question is a little bit long. Okay. To support the use of bike sharing in Thailand, bike transportation needs to promote positive attitudes toward cycling as safe vehicles, changing social values toward bike, and attachment to motorized travel and daily mobility needs. In your opinion, how do the urban planners or designers solve these issues?
Well, very complicated question, I guess. It's not that long as I expected, but well, certainly it's a very good question. Thank you very much for raising this question. Bangkok, I don't have many experiences, but I stayed in Thailand for 2 years when I was studying AIT. So I like the city. It's very good. I think the traffic was very impressive. I still remember the first time I arrived in Bangkok, that's in the early 1980s. So the comparison was between Beijing and Bangkok. At that time, the Chinese cities had very slow traffic, not many buses and very slow buses. So it was very impressive to me when see the buses in Bangkok. Actually, it's very fast. Although traveling from AIT campus to Bangkok city also go through a highway, which we see elephant walking along with all these automobiles, which was very interesting contrast. But the overall impression for the traffic in Bangkok, I think, is very much occupied by automobiles. And there were a lot of these motorcycles, and a lot of cars. Basically, I think the infrastructure will be a challenge when introducing any sort of bikes. I understand there are some experiments a few years ago, and still probably is going on in one of the busiest tourist areas, trying to create some dedicated bicycle lanes. And it wasn't very successful for at least the initial period of time. I'm not sure the situation now. I think creating the basic infrastructure, such as the dedicated lanes or some sort of bicycle lanes with separations, physical barriers to separate this lane from the rest of the traffic, will be very helpful, and will be a sort of initiative for people to pick up bikes. So the infrastructure will be one issue I can think about. And you mentioned about the education of people, changing attitude, all these sort of benefits related to bicycle may be educated or transmitted to people for that sort of positive message. I think that's very important too. Also, I think the general policies, if we look at other countries like in Singapore, when the government tried to promote public transport and making people shifting from private cars to public transport, one way to do it is to raise the price for using cars so that somehow to reduce the demand, and at the same time to provide easy access to the public transport. I think the idea behind this management policy may be useful to other cities, including cities in Thailand, in order to see how this bicycle practice could be fit in to the already preoccupied streets by the automobiles. I think there are lots of opportunities still in terms of the sky, you call it metro, or there is a train from city to airport, and also go through the cities. I think bicycles could be feeder transport, linking people from these places not directly accessible to the train, and make it possible for people to get into the bus stops or get from their home to the train stations. Yeah, that's what I can think about. There might be lots of other things that other people can contribute to this. Thank you again for the question.
Thank you very much, Professor Han. One of the things that I can come up with after your answer is that we have to host this symposium more often, so we will be more educated about sustainable development, sustainable urban development. Yes. And we have another question for you, Professor Han. So there must be a great shift in terms of human preference and lifestyle if we have to change into a lifestyle that use bicycle. So in your opinion, do you think there are other alternative ways to reduce human impact on the environment that can compromise with our convenience in our everyday life?
Well, the attitude change is really important. One consideration is that people are very pragmatic. Once you provide economic incentives, for example, some people may pick up the bikes. This was observed in many Chinese cities when the dockless bicycles was first introduced. Then it was really cheap. You ride this bike almost free of charge. and many people picked up this bike, and gradually there have been a rise in price, but still some people will stick with the bicycles. So that might be one way to promote the use of bicycles. As you mentioned, it's also very important that people changing their lifestyles. One of these examples is that you see even in relatively poor cities, then there is a section of the population which is a relatively affluent population, the relatively rich, younger, or more creative or venturous population. They pick up bikes, and their purpose is to use bike to exercise, and also it represents a new trend in transportation. I think both incentives in terms of economic utility and in terms of lifestyle change will be relevant for people to grow some sort of interest and use bicycles.
Thank you very much, Professor Han. I am so honored to be part of this symposium, as we are the trendsetter, as you have mentioned. We have to set the trend to go more green. Thank you very much. And the next question, thank you. The next question is for Dr. Hyung Min Kim, please. The question from our audience is that, how did the South Korea authorities persuade the locals to participate in land readjustment program? Are there any incentive or strategies that convinced the locals and all the stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, that's the very, very important area in land readjustment. Indeed, those land readjustment projects happened in the 1960s, 70s, and up to 1980s. It was under the authoritarian government. It was a kind of negotiation process for local government to communicate with the local resident, but it was kind of the required process. If the local residents didn't want to participate in the development process, there was room for the negotiation, and they were compensated at the market level, and they left those sites. But vast majority of the farmers who were the landowners participated in the project, and they thought that was the way to contribute to the national economy and the national development. And although there was the conflict and some discussions on that issue, it was a kind of government-led project. So the residents and the landowners had to be part of the project. And the reason why the land readjustment was abandoned in the 1980s include that reason. Some landowners were doubtful onto what is going to happen to their land, because they are going to give up a huge chunk of their land anyway. And it was uncertain whether land value uplift continues or it can't continue. So because of those uncertainties and the growing awareness of the right of the landowners, land readjustment stopped in the 1980s in Seoul. So my answer is a bit long, but there were different ways to handle those landowners who didn't want to participate in the project at the beginning. Okay. Thanks a lot for your question.
Thank you very much. Your answer is really, really inspiring, especially in Thailand context. I believe that whenever there are conflicts, there should be room for negotiation, and then the government agency should listen to the people. I also have another question for you, Dr. Hyung Min Kim. The next question is that in terms of land ownership, in case of land ownership in the land readjustment program, there must be different laws control over uses of land in different areas. So how did the South Korean authorities solve this issue when there are different sets of laws?
Thanks a lot for the question. The land use planning is also very important for the sustainable development and more recently the climate change. Land use zoning has been included in the planning system in the 1960s. So the local government play a role in making the land use zoning. But the problem when the land readjustment project that I presented today was the integration between land use planning and the urban development was pretty weak because it was at the beginning of urban growth and urban development overall in South Korea. But now it was pretty integrated. Planning should be in place. So what happens in all local government areas is they have to make long-term strategic plan. For instance, 20-year long-term strategic plan. In accordance with their long-term plan, individual land parcels should be guided and directed by land use zoning. Some areas should be used for residential use or mixed use or commercial use, industrial use, something like this. And those land use plan is very strictly managed and handled by the local government. If there is any need for upzoning or land use shift from residential use to mixed use, they have to go through required processes, and the committee should make a decision on that large scale land use change. That is happening currently in South Korea. But in the 1960s and 70s, those systems were pretty less established, and it was less clear than now. So they made some mistakes. Integration was pretty weak back then. So development somehow took place first before clear land use zoning and planning. So we can have some lessons from that experiment. For instance, Bangkok should establish clear land use plan first, then the development should follow those plans. And that is kind of the lessons that can provide from South Korean context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have reminded us again that better late than never. It's time for Thailand to have a proper planning for zoning, and it's better for their sustainable urban development. Thank you very much again, Dr. Kim. And the next question, may I ask Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag. The question from our audience is that, do you think that we need to develop the sub-goal from SDGs that fit with Thailand context?
Thank you for the question. I would say that the sub-goals or targets under SDGs is actually been through negotiation process for a long time until it came out as the target at the global level. So I think in terms of the existing global targets, I think it should stay there. But when we apply this to the national level, I think it's up to each country to adjust the content and the target value of each sub-goal to match with the national context. Because when we apply SDGs in the national context, it becomes another kind of tool. It becomes a framework for national planning. So when it's a framework, I think we just use the goals and targets as a framework to guide us to look into the issues that mentioned in the targets, and then we see what we have, what kind of goals we want to achieve, and then we can adjust our national targets. But I can see that there are some aspects at the local level, for example, like the cultural level, or in some countries in Asia, they propose something else, like in Laos, they propose another goal, the 18 goals on landmines. And there are some other movement trying to propose the 18 goals, like on AI or on space for sustainability or something like that. So I think at the national level, things is a bit flexible, but I think the priorities would be on the targets that is set at the global level, and then we adjust the national value of the target. Yeah. So basically, yes, I think we should adjust the targets to fit Thailand context. But I think the things that need to adjust is the value of the goal and perhaps the aspect within the targets that is important to our country. Let me expand the last part a little bit more. For example, one of the target in SDG 7, SDG 7.1, it talks about ensuring people having access to modern energy, access reliable modern energy. And the indicators of this target talks about percentage of people accessing electricity and also percentage of people using clean cooking technology. But for Thailand, like 99.99% of people access to electricity already. So accessibility is not our problem, but the problem is reliability of the electricity. I live in Bangkok and we still have like water electricity like just drop or just gone for a while in the rain or something. So that is the thing that we need to that is important to us. This is something where we need to adjust in the national context. So the aspect that are important to us, we should emphasize it and find proper indicators to track it and make things better. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag. You actually read my mind when you answer about how to adapt the goal to fit the context of our country. I was going to ask you what are some of the first priorities, but then you said everything, every goal. We have to improve everything. So that is, let's move on to the next question for you. The question is that the data that you have collected, like the assessments retrieved from government official, or are they also collected from the organization, and how it is shown that the human-centric aspect of the sustainable development, in your opinion?
Well, I think we have to separate this question into two questions. The assessment that I presented in the presentations is actually from SDG Index by SDSN Network, and the ones the country snapshot by UNESCAP, and the third one is like the national SDG Progress Report covering 2016 until 2020. So each assessment use different source of data. For example, the national SDG Progress Report, that one use like the domestic government data. So that is like after the government collect data, they have their own database. So the NESDC, the one who make the report, get the data directly from them. No? But for the SDG Index and the UNESCAP country snapshot, they tend to use more data from international organization, and that poses some complexity to the data, because when the government officials send the data to international organization, they need to adjust some quality of the data. So most of the time when the data is presented in the international organization database, it is not the same number as what we have in the country. But that is quite necessary, because they have to adjust the data to be in the same standard, so then it can be comparable between countries. So for the SDG Index and UNESCAP, they tend to use international organizations' data, and for the ones that they don't have, they tend to use the survey of international NGOs, or the survey like the Gallups that we have to pay a lot of money to access to that data. So yeah, that is the source of the data. Actually, officially, when we look at the metadata of each indicators, they always say that we have to get data from the government officials. So I think ideally we're supposed to get data from an official data from the government, but in reality, the completeness of data is far from happening. I mean, from 247 indicators. I think Thailand only have like almost 150, something like that. So a lot of work to be done about the data. And the second question is how is it shown that human-centric aspect of sustainable development? I think if we actually look into the indicators, you would see that most of the indicators are like development outcome indicators. So they tend to focus on what happened to human. For example, like goal number 3, when we talk about health and well-being, most of the indicators are talking about how many people are affected by, like, for example, non-communicable disease, communicable disease, how much of us are affected by pollution. So this is a bit different from indicators in like the government context. Sometimes the government use like the output indicator, like how many projects they produce, how many people enter the training and leave or something like that. But SDG index use the outcome indicators, and most of the outcome is focused on human, and they try to make the data disaggregatable. I mean, can be disaggregated into like women and men, children, elderly people, and working class or something like that. So I think if you look into the details of SDG indicators, it actually represents the human-centric aspect of the indicators of the sustainable development quite well. But of course, there are some limitations. Now, for example, we do not have the indicators about something spiritual. There are very few or non-existent the indicators about the cultural aspect of people or the spiritual aspect, which could be important to some people in some areas. Now, for example, in Thailand, we have indicators something like the frequency of people attending religious ceremony or something like that. Which this thing doesn't it is not there in the SDG index. So most of the time it's more like the empirical indicators, but less on like the cultural and like the spiritual indicators. Yeah. So I think that would be my answer. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Chon Bunnag. We have learned a lot about SDG and also area of improvement for Thailand context. And the next question would be for Professor Dr. Vilas Nitivattananon. The question for you from our audience is that, could you please elaborate more on the way which nature-based solutions co-benefits with innovative technology for local adaptation?
Thank you so much for a very interesting question. Yeah, first of all, I perhaps need to say that there's no such kind of one-size-fits-all. So this kind of question might not be easy to say yes or no. But basically, we could see a lot of good example from nature-based solution. Maybe better starting from the existing local ownership. For example, a kind of the food agriculture types of production, or something can be a local tourism. I think these are some good examples that people very much own and see the local benefit. And obviously, many of these can provide good benefit into the climate adaptation, basically into the flooding or the risk from the drought period. Now, how we upscale or expand to more co-benefit, that would be some kind of maybe a bit challenging, but could also be possible. Simply, if we claim that the local food, local tourism as example, could very much reduce the energy consumption. In other words, maybe from the transportation, long distance, and so on. So these are kind of automatically claimed to be a good solution for climate adaptation. Again, this might not be coming from the local people. Maybe we need a kind of different scale, as mentioned, not only one size fits all. Maybe some kind of multiple scale, multiple stakeholder to work together. I hope these are something that can be good. To answer to the green roof data fitting, again, this is a good approach, and what we also try to do some research. And hopefully this can be more possible in the longer term, at least consider as an option, because we still need to see how this can turn into a kind of real action. But we believe that some of the existing buildings, which are obviously not very much utilized, that could be the way to claim that maybe not very high cost of investment, but can provide the real multiple benefit which we can assess, and so that we can convince the owner or any stakeholder to promote this kind of green roof retrofitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. So we have to get together and come up with the best solution for every area that is suitable for that area. And our next question for you is that, learning from your framework to fight with climate change, what are your suggestions for everybody to join the movement in improving the environment?
Again, thank you so much for interesting question. Yeah, this question may have maybe different aspect to respond, but to be straightforward, as I mentioned, from the environment point of view, we may consider local and global environmental problems. It would be nice any of these solution can cover and provide a mutual, both a local and global environmental solution. We have mentioned about some good example in terms of using the local materials for constructing buildings or any of the infrastructure. So these are somewhere that can very much utilize the local resources, and obviously can maybe maintain good local environment. People can see the good benefit, and this kind of the maybe low consumption in terms of the energy use because of local types of the materials can again claim into contributing to the global climate change. Now, the second part I like to mention, the term environment mentioned here, perhaps become both positive or negative. Like the earlier speaker mentioned, now we are moving into the sustainable development. So in a way that when we talk about environment, people might limit their perception in to some kind of pollution or specific environment like forestry, for example. We perhaps want to expand from environment to be more on the sustainability to cover economic, social, and environment. Maybe just a quick example, our urban environmental management program at AIT, we just recently transformed the program to the urban innovation and sustainability. So that's the similar trend. Again, by the way, welcome Dr. Sheng Han, who is our AT alumnus joining us. So we see that based on some of the existing resources on the campus, we have some good wetlands, and this kind of wetland can provide multiple benefit, not only the environment. So in terms of the learning, climate adaptation, obviously, and also can also contribute to the greenhouse gas mitigation. Thank you so much.
Very much, Professor Dr. Vilas Nitivattananon, for giving us the answers and telling us that it is really important to consider using local materials because it will help us achieve the goal of emitting low carbon, as well as it will give us more opportunities such as local employment. It is a very, very inspiring answer. And the next question, may I ask Assistant Professor Dr. Kitapatr Dhabhalabutr in Thai, please, for our Thai audience. นะคะคำถามนะคะจากผู้ฟังอยู่นะคะอยากให้อาจารย์เล่าถึงการหา cooperation นะคะของชุมชนค่ะในภาคส่วนต่างๆแล้วก็อีกทางนะคะมีปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นไหมนะคะหลังจากที่เราไปหา cooperation ต่างๆค่ะรวมถึงการ maintain ระบบต่างๆด้วยค่ะแล้วก็อีกคำถามหนึ่งนะคะอาจารย์ก็คือไม่ทราบว่าในอนาคตค่ะจะมีการขยายการใช้ biogas ในสเกลที่ใหญ่ขึ้นหรือไม่ค่ะอาจารย์รบกวนเปิดไมค์ด้วยได้ไหมคะ
Sorry.
It's okay. ได้ยินแล้วค่ะ
I can answer in English in terms
Okay.
of
Thank you.
In terms of expansions or enlarge the capacities of the CBG stations, we look at the cooperative between Konkan universities and the external agencies. For example, we might have running the possibility projects between KST, Konkan University, and City Bus of the Konkan municipalities. The possibility project is the development of the database. We're looking at the big data. This is the data of passenger behavior and demands. If we can get this big data, we can use to analyze things and understand their behavior. And at the end, this data will lead to our better providing service for both of us. Is about the disadvantage or the problems of finding the cooperative partners is about how about the sustainabilities and saving energies still invest in the high cost for in case of the Konkan University. So sometimes it's difficult to see how this is the implicit or the big impact in terms of the tangible outcome. In case of Konkan University, we spent 2 or 3 years, for develop the infrastructures of the sustainabilities and alternative infrastructure, such as we have solar farms. So some people maybe question, you have policy, but don't see anything is visualized or something like that. But once we have Smart Bus at the 3rd years of the operations, they still understand what we are looking for and what we are driving for. So, so my opinion on this point is about the investment first, and the next one, the project is launched, we need to raising awareness of the people to see the positive side of the projects, because some people this thing is not really affect to their daily life. So it's sometimes it's make the cooperative between university and them. That's all.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Kitapatr Dhabhalabutr. I'm sure that you have inspired us all, and I also look forward to the day I try the Konkan University Smart Bus by myself, and I hope that one day it runs around Thailand. Thank you very much again. And the next question is for Professor Steve Fotios. May I ask Professor Steve Fotios a question from our audience? From your experience, do the cultural and social contexts affect the optimal lighting level? To be specific, do you think the optimal lighting level in tropical zones like Thailand will be different from the United Kingdom?
Brilliant question. And I've got to start by saying I think your role as moderator, you are doing really well. Thank you very much. I love the question. It depends on the thing you're trying to find the optimum for. I think it's a cheat in many research papers where I've read something like the results from my experiment are different to the ones from previous experiments because of cultural factors, like I've tested Thai people rather than British people. But what I've looked into this, that's not at all true. Generally, it was a different experiment. For example, you had an adjustment experiment and you used a different range. So frequently I found I can explain what are described as cultural differences by differences in experimental method, not in culture. But having said that, I would imagine there are some things where culture will affect the optimum, but possibly not for really fundamental things like what light level do I need to see. Where I think culture might come into place is more your exposure. So we find that in countries where they're exposed to a certain type of lighting condition, that's what they're used to. And if we ask them for their preferences, that's what they will tend to tell us. not really what is the optimum, but what they are used to. So if different countries are used to different things, different cultures used to different things, they will tell us their preference is for those different things, not really because it's a preference, it's because that's what their experience is. So we have to distinguish for credible science. We have to make sure we fully understand what is being asked. And if we get differences, why those differences are, because it may be we're kind of unconsciously answering a different question than the one we thought we were asking.
Thank you very much, Professor Steve. We now understand that culture actually has no effect, but actually the method of the study and also what we're familiar with. Because after all, we're humans, we have two eyes, and I think the optimal level might be similar. Thank you very much, Professor Steve, again. And right now, I would like to thank all our distinguished guest speakers, our 6 speakers who have joined us in the afternoon session. I am sure that everyone finds your presentation very inspiring and very educational. Thank you again. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, everyone.
และตอนนี้นะคะก็มาถึงช่วงสุดท้ายของการประชุมวิชาการในวันนี้นะคะ ก่อนที่เราจะจากกันนะคะอยากจะฝากทุกท่านนะคะเข้าไปทำแบบประเมินนะคะซึ่งเราได้ส่งลิงก์ให้ทางกล่องข้อความนะคะรวมทั้ง QR code ที่แสดงอยู่บนหน้าจอนี้ค่ะ Before we end today's symposium, I would like to remind you to please cooperate by filling in or completing the evaluation form for us. After you have completed the form, we will send the booklet of today's symposium to you to your registered email. And before we end the symposium, I would like to remind you that tomorrow there will be more exciting things and more innovative ideas and technologies waiting for you. We have 9 more guest speakers who will be sharing with you on the symposium theme. และในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะก็จะมีการบรรยายจากวิทยากรอีก 9 ท่านนะคะจะมาให้ความรู้นะคะแล้วก็ให้แนวคิดเกี่ยวกับการใช้พลังงานอย่างมีประสิทธิภาพนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นการลดการใช้นะคะหรือว่าการลดการปลดปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกภายในอาคารนั่นเองค่ะก็เชื่อว่านะคะทุกท่านจะได้รับความรู้แล้วก็ได้รับแรงบันดาลใจไอเดียต่างๆไปใช้ในชีวิตประจำวันนะคะในการเรียนแล้วก็การทำงานอย่างแน่นอนค่ะ On behalf of the Faculty of Architecture, Silapakon University, I would like to thank you all for joining today's symposium. ในนามของคณะสถาปัตยกรรมศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยศิลปากรนะคะขอบพระคุณทุกท่านที่เข้ามาร่วมการประชุมในวันนี้สำหรับวันนี้สวัสดีค่ะ
There's a song I like to sing. It says your name, I love the rain. So come here, so come here. I may be broken by my past, but I know my worst days, they won't last if you come here. So come here. Oh, isn't it beautiful watching the cards unfold?